What if I told you that the fall of Troy wasn't the end of a legend, but the beginning of an empire? From the ashes of a burning city, a lone Trojan prince set sail, not just to survive, but to carve the foundations of what would become the greatest republic in history. Welcome to the epic origin story of Rome, a tale that blends myth and memory, ambition and blood. From Romulus and Remus, twin brothers raised by a wolf, to the rise and fall of 7 legendary kings. This is a saga where gods whisper to mortals, and empires are born from vengeance, virtue, and violence. But this isn't just mythology. Beneath the legends lie archaeological truths, cultural crossroads, and political revolutions. We'll journey through the influence of the mysterious Etruscans, the struggles between patricians and plebeians, and the birth of a government that balanced power, tradition, and innovation. From the rape of Lucretia to the resolve of Cincinnatus, from sacred geese to battlefield elephants, every moment echoes through the centuries, revealing how Rome wasn't just built in a day. It was forged in fire, myth, and memory. So settle in, because what you're about to witness isn't just a history. It's the blueprint of a civilization.
Legend has it that the fall of Troy marks the beginning of the story of Rome. The Trojan prince Aeneas gathered the remaining survivors of the burning city around him as the Greeks poured forth from the wooden horse, ending the 10-year Trojan War. He oversaw the voyage of the Troy refugees to Carthage, North Africa, and then to Italy, where they made their home on the Latium plains. Rome was not discovered by Aeneas, the son of Venus, the goddess of love. However, his son Iulus Ascanius rose to become the king of Alba Longa in Latin and the progenitor of the Julian clan, which would later give rise to Julius Caesar and Augustus, the emperor. For many generations, Alba Longa was governed by the descendants of Iulus Ascanius. Amulius, a disgruntled prince, then overthrew his elder brother Numitor and took control. Rhea Silvia, Numitor's daughter, was made a Vestal, a virgin devoted to Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, while his sons were put to death. But then fate stepped in. After being raped, the virgin Rhea gave birth to twin sons, whom she thought were the offspring of Mars, the god of war. Romulus and Remus, twins left by their great-uncle by the river Tiber, were nursed by a she-wolf and brought up by the king's herdsman. When the brothers were old enough, they deposed Amulius and put their grandfather back in charge. They then found a new settlement on Palatine Hill, where they had been abandoned by the Tiber. Sibling rivalry quickly escalated. Remus was killed when the twins, unable to agree on a leader for the new community, resorted to violence. That carnage gave rise to the state that would govern the Mediterranean region. According to the conventional reckoning, Romulus became the first king of Rome and the city after himself in 753 BC. There was an immediate social crisis in the new settlement. Romulus welcomed everyone who came to him, including brigands, fugitives, and slaves, in order for his community to flourish. However, there were not enough women in Rome to support the following generation. There had to be a solution. The Sabines were the most notable of the local tribes invited to a large festival that the Romans hosted. The Roman men captured all the young women they could at a specific time. Those women were mothers and wives when the Sabines were preparing their counterattack. They separated the armies and insisted on peace between their husbands and fathers. The rape of the Sabine women established Rome's power over its neighbors and ensured the Roman community's survival. Romulus was the first of 7 kings who ruled Rome in succession for nearly 2.5 centuries, according to Roman tradition. It was said that Romulus himself ascended to the heavens as the god Quirinus and vanished during a storm under mysterious circumstances. Numa Pompilius, his successor, was a Sabine. He was credited with setting up the oldest religious rituals and the Roman calendar. Tullus Hostilius, the 3rd king, on the other hand, was a combative man. Only the temples remained intact when the Romans destroyed Alba Longa, their ancestral city, during his rule. The 4th king, Ancus Marcius, was Numa's grandson and, like his grandfather, he thought that proper public religious conduct was very important. However, he was also a warrior who created the customs that allowed Rome to legitimately wage war and subdue the neighboring Latin peoples. Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, a northerner who had migrated to Rome from the Etruscans, succeeded Ancus as ruler. The Roman city grew during his rule, especially in the area surrounding the Forum, and he established the framework for the massive Temple of Jupiter on the Capitol above the Forum. The 6th king, Servius Tullius, Tarquin's son-in-law, carried on these civic projects by creating the Servian Wall to define the city and devising the census system used to gather the Roman populace. The son of Tarquinius Priscus and the husband of Servius's daughter, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, also known as Tarquin the Proud, became the 7th and final king of Rome. Tarquin deposed Servius and took control of the city. He was a tyrant who ruled by terror and disregarded the Senate, which was supposed to advise the king. Tarquin's sons were like their father, and it was because of their transgressions that the monarchy fell and the republic was established. The princes and their guests started bragging about their wives' virtues at a drinking party outside of Rome. The princes found their wives living in luxury when they rode home to find out the truth. On the contrary, Lucretia, the wife of their friend Collatinus, was a shining example of female virtue and was observed managing the domestic staff. The youngest prince, Sextus Tarquinius, became enamored with her beauty and returned covertly to rape her at sword point. Despite her innocence, Lucretia sought atonement and stabbed herself in the heart in front of her father and husband. Lucius Junius Brutus, the ancestor of the Julius Caesar conspirator, was the one who pulled out the knife. Brutus rallied the Roman populace and drove Tarquin and his sons out. The Roman monarchy was abolished in 510 BC. The Roman Republic was established when the kings were replaced by 2 elected consuls, the first of whom were Brutus and Collatinus. From legend to history, what realities are concealed in these myths about ancient Rome? There are no extant written records from the centuries prior to the establishment of the Republic. The epic poem Aeneid of Virgil, 70 to 19 BC, written more than 1,000 years after the sack of Troy is thought to have occurred, immortalized the tale of the Trojan prince Aeneas. One of Virgil's contemporaries, who lived far from the era of the kings, wrote our most valuable account of Romulus and his successors. The rape of Lucretia and the expulsion of the Tarquins marked the end of Book 1 of the 142 volumes that make up the historian Livy's 59 BC AD 17, History of Rome. Virgil and Livy witnessed the fall of the Republic and the ascent of the first Roman Emperor, Augustus, 31 BC AD 14. The far-off centuries preceding the fall of the monarchy are scarcely adequately captured in their writings. The significance of Roman tradition should not be diminished by this. The early years of Rome were hailed by succeeding generations as a golden age during which the foundations of Roman society were established, and the qualities that made Rome great were exposed. The early kings were linked to necessary customs and practices, and historical heroes set the standard for proper Roman conduct. Lucretia defended her honor with her life and established the standard for Roman women in the home. His distant descendants plotted against Caesar's dictatorship after Brutus freed Rome from Tarquin's oppression. These models were more than just idealistic rhetoric. They showed how the Romans themselves imagined their origins and shaped the behavior of later Roman men and women. Even though they don't definitively clarify Rome's historical beginnings, the tales from the haze of the Roman past are essential to our comprehension of the Republic. In the absence of trustworthy literary sources, the contemporary historian of early Rome must rely on alternative sources of information in order to contextualize the first Romans in their historical and cultural context. Rome is situated halfway down the western coast of Italy in the fertile plain of Latium. The Apennine Range, which runs down Italy like a backbone, the Alpine Mountains, and the Po River Valley to the north dominate Italian geography. The majority of the fertile soil in central Italy is found on the western side of the Apennines, which are steeper and closer to the coast in the east than the west. A large farming population could be sustained on the Latium plain, but the land needed to be protected from the Apennine hill peoples' raids, of which the Samnites were the most famous in early Roman history. In C, the Latins, an Indo-European Italic people, inhabited the Latium plain between 1500 and 1000 BC. Rome was a logical place for these early immigrants to settle. The Insula Tiberina, the island that marked the easiest point to cross the river Tiber, was located close by, and a defensive ring of 7 hills provided protection. The area to the north was Etruria, which had been populated by the Etruscans by 900 BC. Beginning in 750 BC, Greek colonists established a number of cities to the south, such as Syracuse in Sicily and Neapolis, also known as New City, in Naples, from which southern Italy would eventually derive the name Magna Graecia, or Greater Greece. Etruria and Magna Graecia were naturally connected by land at Latium, which is located in central western Italy. Humans were present in Rome during the Bronze Age, before 1000 BC, according to archaeological findings. Then, Iron Age huts from the 8th century attest to the first substantial settlement on Palatine Hill. This implies that the conventional Roman foundation date of 753 might be closer to reality than we first thought. This first Palatine settlement merged with settlements on the other hills during the 7th century, and Rome's urban landscape started to take shape. Our literary record only makes passing references to the reasons behind this significant development. One notable aspect of the mythical 7 kings of Rome is that 2 of the later monarchs, Lucius Tarquinius Priscus and Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, have Etruscan names rather than Latin ones. The dispersed hill communities would have become Rome under Etruscan governance. The Etruscans were who? Scholars have been debating this issue for centuries. By at least 900 and possibly as early as 1200 BC, the Etruscans had established themselves in Tuscany, northwest of Rome, though their exact origins are unknown. Unfortunately, despite the fact that thousands of Etruscan inscriptions have been discovered, they cannot be read because the Etruscans were not Indo-European, and their language has no surviving parallel. Archaeology provides us with information about Etruscan culture, especially the intricate necropolis, cities of the dead, that surrounded their cities. eating, dancing, and athletic competitions, including gladiatorial fights that were a part of Etruscan funerary rites, are all depicted in magnificent tomb paintings. Greek culture initially reached Rome through the Etruscans, and Greek influences were heavily incorporated into their surviving art and crafts. Early Rome was greatly influenced by Etruscan culture. The city that developed in the 6th century may have been named after the Etruscans, and the name Roma may be Etruscan as well. The most important temple in Rome, devoted to the Juno and Minerva, was located on the Capitoline Hill in the center of the city. The Capitoline triad is reminiscent of the Etruscan divine trinity of Tini, Uni, and Menvra, and the temple was founded by the Etruscan Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, according to Roman tradition. Rome's urban design was modeled after the grid system found in Etruscan cities. With an atrium, open court, leading into the triclinium, banqueting hall, from which doors opened into sleeping quarters, Roman homes once more adopted the Etruscan design. Etruscan architectural styles also made an impression. Etruscan elements that became hallmarks of Roman architecture included drainage systems, aqueducts and bridges, and the widespread use of arches and vaults. Furthermore, Etruscan influence extended beyond the outward appearance of Rome. Roman tradition recognized that the Etruscans were the source of a number of Roman religious customs, such as haruspicy, which involved examining the organs of sacrificed animals to determine the will of the gods. Etruscan funeral games may have served as the model for the gladiatorial fights that were so common in ancient Rome. The Etruscans were another source of authority symbols used by the Roman Republic. Livy credited the Etruscans with creating the curule chair, sella curulis, which the senior Roman magistrates sat in while carrying out their duties, and the toga praetexta, which is a white toga with a wide purple border. Originally, the 12 lictors who served as bodyguards and attendants to Etruscan kings carried the fasces, which were bundles of rods with an axe bound inside. Each consul received the same honor under the Republic. The Etruscans had taken control of northern and central Italy by the end of the 6th century. Rome was never transformed into an Etruscan city, despite the extent of Etruscan influence. Absorbing and adapting the strengths of those they encountered losing their identity was a fundamental gift of the Roman genius, as the Romans repeatedly showed. Though they eventually came under Roman rule, the Etruscans made a substantial contribution to Roman culture, much like the Greeks did in later centuries. The king's expulsion renewed Rome's political independence and marked the beginning of its gradual ascent to power, but it did not put an end to Etruscan influence. The republic that now emerged was a product of Roman ingenuity. It took time for the Roman Republic to emerge. Rome's long and convoluted journey to greatness began with the expulsion of Tarquin Superbus in 510 BC. Intense internal and external conflict characterized the centuries that followed. The Republic was forged in this furnace. Rome gradually overran its territory in Italy and started to expand its influence farther. As the Republic's distinct political and social structures developed, a force never before seen in the ancient world was produced. Though far from comprehensive, our understanding of the early years of the Republic is superior to that of the mythical kings. The Punic War, 280 to 275 BC, which established Roman dominance over central and southern Italy, took place more than 200 years after the fall of the monarchy. When a Gallic warband sacked Rome itself in Circa, previous records were lost, and Livy's history of Rome presents a bewildering account of almost constant conflict and internal strife. 387 BC. However, the main story is fairly simple. Rome rose to prominence on the Italian peninsula between 510 and 275 BC. From the Etruscans in the north to the Greek city-states in the south, Roman rule brought the Italian peoples together in a growing network of alliances that were essential to Roman prosperity. Rome's internal developments were inextricably linked to its external growth. A succession of crises, commonly referred to as the conflict of the orders, altered Roman politics and society during these same years. Italy's conquest. Under the Etruscan kings, the Romans started to impose their will on the neighboring Latin peoples. There was a backlash against the fledgling republic after the monarchy was overthrown. The exiled Tarquins joined the army of the Latin League, which was formed by a coalition of towns. At Lake Regillus, close to Tusculum, the Romans and the Latin army engaged in combat early in the 5th century BC, possibly in 499 or 496. Legend has it that the divine Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux, Helen of Troy's twin brothers, helped Rome win the war because they appeared as young horsemen and inspired the Roman army. The triumph paved the way for Latium's unification and demonstrated the Republic's military superiority over its immediate neighbors. One of the most important steps in the Republic's ascent to power was the network of alliances that Rome established with the Latins during the 2 centuries that followed the Battle of Lake Regillus. Each Latin town was obliged to supply a certain number of soldiers who served in the Roman army under Roman generals, even though they did not pay tribute because they were allies of Rome. The Latins were assured of Rome's defense against foreign invaders and were entitled to a just portion of any wartime loot. Additionally, Roman society assimilated the Latin allies more thoroughly. Romans and Latins were able to enter into legally binding economic contracts and get married to other people without the children being considered illegitimate. By ancient standards, it is hard to describe how revolutionary the Roman-Latin alliance was. Individual city-states that were fiercely independent and envious of their rights dominated the modern world of ancient Greece. When viewed in this light, the Republic's relationship with its Latin allies was remarkably sophisticated. In a manner that Greek polis like Athens and Sparta would never be able to, the Latins significantly expanded Rome's population and military might, allowing it to surpass the confines of a city-state. Rome's superiority was based more on consensus than on oppression because of its alluring privileges. Despite Hannibal's invasion of Italy and the pressures of expansion, the Latin allies remained mostly faithful in later centuries. Rome's superiority was only made clear during times of war when the allied contingents were called up for the army, since it did not demand monetary tribute from its allies. Roman aggression throughout Republican history would be fueled by the need to establish this superiority and keep its pledge to defend its allies. At first, the Republic found it difficult to extend Roman rule outside of Latium, even with the support of its Latin allies. Rome gradually gained control of central Italy during a century of conflict, but catastrophe struck. An army of Gallic raiders descended from the north in 390 BC, the conventional date, or most likely 387 BC. After defeating an army of Romans in Etruria, the Gauls advanced on Rome. The city fell to the invaders despite the last defenders holding out on the Capitoline Hill. This would not happen again for 8 centuries until Alaric and the Goths invaded Christian Rome in AD 410. One of the most well-known events in early Roman history is the Gallic sack of Rome, and legends have been created around the catastrophe. According to Livy, the senators sat motionless in their homes until a Gaul touched a nobleman's beard in awe. The senators were killed right where they sat when the noble struck the barbarian's head with his ivory staff. The Senate even considered leaving the site of Rome until a centurion nearby was heard to say to his men, "We might as well stop here," a statement hailed as a divine omen. Without the sacred geese of Juno, the capital citadel would have been overrun by a nighttime attack. The importance of the sack of Rome has, in fact, most likely been overstated. The catastrophe undoubtedly had a psychological effect, as evidenced by the Roman animosity toward the Gauls, which persisted in Caesar's Gallic wars more than 3 centuries later. Archaeology has found few signs of destruction, though, and it doesn't seem like the sack weakened Roman authority. The Republic quickly recovered, and the city was protected by the Servian Wall, which was later credited to the penultimate king Servius Tullius to ward off future invaders. Roman advances continued through the rest of the 4th century BC, with a focus on southern Italy. The Samnites were the Romans' biggest Italian adversaries here. The Apennine mountain range was home to the hardy Samnites. They invaded Campania's plain in the 5th century BC and took Capua, the first Etruscan city. 3 Samnite wars resulted from tensions caused by Roman expansion southward towards Campania. Despite being little more than a small skirmish, the First War, 343 to 341 BC, had one important outcome. Capua and Rome signed a treaty in 338 BC. This signified the expansion of Rome's network of allies outside of Latium, and the privileges bestowed were marginally different from those accorded to the Latins. Once more, in exchange for Roman protection and a portion of the loot, Capua and Rome's other Italian allies were required to supply men for military service. However, they were also granted fewer civic rights and were required to pay a fixed annual tribute. Rome's army strength and resource base were bolstered by its alliance with Italy. But in the final century of the Republic, tensions erupted into war as a result of the restrictions imposed on the Italians. During the Second Samnite War, 327 to 304 BC, Rome's rivalry with the Samnites reached a climax. After suffering a crushing defeat at the Caudine Forks in 321 BC due to a Roman attack, the vanquished Roman army was made to march under a yoke as a sign of surrender. Republican resolve was only strengthened by the defeat. Perhaps more than its military prowess, Rome's belief in its destiny and unwavering determination were the keys to its success. Rome reorganized its army and returned to avenge, a pattern that would be repeated numerous times in the future. In a last-ditch effort to stop the expansion of Roman power, the Samnites, unable to stand against Rome on their own, united with Gauls, Etruscans, and other Italians. Rome and its allies destroyed the coalition at the Battle of Sentinum in 295 BC, solidifying the Republic's position as the dominant force on the Italian peninsula. A completely different challenge was presented by the Republic's final adversary during its conquest of Italy. The Romans became closer to the Greek cities of Magna Graecia as a result of their expansion into southern Italy. While some of those cities embraced Roman friendship, Tarentum turned to the east for assistance in chasing Rome away as tensions increased. The king of Epirus, present-day Albania, Pyrrhus, responded to the Tarentine appeal in 280 BC. Following Alexander the Great's death in 323 BC, a number of kings ruled the divided Greek-speaking Eastern Mediterranean, including Pyrrhus. Pyrrhus was an ambitious and seasoned soldier who brought a formidable army of 20,000 infantry, 3,000 cavalry, and roughly 20 elephants to Italy, an army Rome had never seen before. The professional army of Pyrrhus was the best in Roman history. The first 2 battles at Heraclea in 280 BC and Asculum in 279 BC were major setbacks for the Romans. However, the price of these Pyrrhic triumphs was high. Much of Pyrrhus's elite infantry was killed on the battlefield during the Battle of Asculum, which led him to make the somber statement, "One more victory like that over the Romans will eradicate us." Pyrrhus withdrew to Sicily due to the fierce Roman resistance, and upon his return to Italy in 275 BC, he was ultimately vanquished by the Romans at Beneventum. Tarentum gave up, and Pyrrhus left Italy. He was later killed attacking Argos in Greece after an elderly woman threw a roof tile at his head. By 270 BC, Rome was the undisputed mistress of Italy, and all of Magna Graecia had joined the Roman alliance. The Republic's social and political structures kept changing as Italy expanded over the years. Initially, only a few large families known as the patricians, patres, fathers, made up Rome's ruling aristocracy following the fall of the monarchy. Religious and political positions were reserved for members of patrician families, including the Claudii, Julii, and Cornelii. Plebeians were all Roman citizens who were not patricians. In contrast to the patrician rich, the plebeians did not only consist of the poorest citizens. Some wealthy plebeians possessed as much land as any patrician, but they were not allowed to hold public office because they were not descended from a patrician family. There would inevitably be tension between the plebeians and the patricians. The patrician exploitation of the plebeian populace sparked the first conflicts. Richer plebeians eventually tried to mobilize the larger plebeian body in favor of their demands for a fair portion of political power. The conflict of the orders is the name given to the protracted plebeian fight for social and political rights. According to the chronology of our sources, the conflict of the orders started less than 20 years after the Republic was established. Opposition to the patrician treatment of indebted plebeians emerged in 494 BC. The Republican army was largely composed of the poorer plebeians, who also found it difficult to care for the farms that provided them with a living while serving in the military. Many sought assistance from patricians, leaving them vulnerable to mistreatment and even slavery by their creditors. The plebeians found no assistance in the current system since the patricians controlled Roman politics. They decided to strike as a solution. The plebeians gathered outside of Rome in 494 BC when the army was ordered out, and they wouldn't leave until the patricians provided them with some kind of representation. This was the plebs' first secession. After being forced to make compromises, the patricians allowed the plebeians to elect their representatives to defend their rights, known as the tribunes of the plebs, and to convene in their assembly, the concilium plebis. The patrician control of the law became a second point of contention. There was no written legal code in ancient Rome. The patricians preserved and judged the customary unwritten law, which determined matters of justice. Despite the tribune's protection, this left the plebeians open to patrician abuse, much like debt enslavement. In circa the 12 Tables, the earliest known Roman laws were created in response to opposition to this capricious patrician justice in 450 BC. Plebeians could now at least learn the law, and their status grew over time. Roman citizens were no longer enslaved for debt by the end of the 4th century. Every citizen had the right to appeal a magistrate's decisions to the entire populace, or provocation ad populum. The Lex Hortensia, a law passed in 287 BC, marked the culmination of this. It stated that a plebiscite, a decree issued by the concilium plebis, was binding on all members of society, including patricians. The Roman populace thus gained some protection and involvement in the operations of the state during the conflict of the orders. But this was insufficient for the wealthier plebeians. They contested the patrician monopoly on positions of power and called for a more prominent role. The patricians were compelled to compromise once more. In 367 BC, a law allowing plebeians to run for consul was passed, ending more than a century of ongoing tensions. The following year saw the election of the first plebeian consul, and starting in 342 BC, one of the two consuls had to be plebeian. Plebeians eventually had access to nearly all important positions in politics and religion. Although the Republic's ruling class had expanded and a new aristocracy comprising both patrician and plebeian nobles had emerged, the distinction between patricians and plebeians by birth remained. This combined nobility had become well established by the early 3rd century. The magistrates, the Senate, and the popular assemblies were the three main components that made up the Roman Republic's distinctive system of governance. Every year, the nobility elected magistrates to oversee the day-to-day operations of the government. First and foremost were the two consuls, who formally possessed the king's imperium or executive power. The consuls served as the state's military and political leaders for the year they were in office. They led armies in the field, presided over the Senate, and, if necessary, proposed laws. The Roman calendar based the dates of each year on the names of those who held the highest office, the consulship, which was typically the apex of a Roman noble's career. But the aversion to autocracy that had led to Tarquin Superbus's expulsion persisted. One man could not hold too much power because two consuls were elected, and the position was only in place for a year. Lesser magistrates, who were also chosen yearly, were in charge of the consuls. The principal positions were tribune of the plebs, quaestor, aedile, and praetor. Apart from the consul, the praetor was the only magistrate with imperium, which gave him the authority to lead armies and preside over the Senate. The praetor's main function was civil and later provincial jurisdiction. Their authority was subordinate to that of the consul. The aediles, who worked beneath the praetors, were in charge of Rome's roads, water supply, food, and entertainment. The quaestors, who handled legal and financial matters, were the lowest-ranking magistrates. As Roman power grew and the burden on the Roman state increased, so did the functions and numbers of these three lesser magistracies. The plebs' tribunes were a little different from the other magistrates. The only position initially available to affluent plebeians was that of tribune, which emerged following the first secession of the plebs in 494 BC. The purpose of the 10 tribunes that were chosen annually was to protect the common people from the unfair treatment of patrician magistrates. Because of this, the tribunes had a lot of power, such as the ability to veto a magistrate's decision, support a citizen who was being arrested by a magistrate, and propose legislation in the concilium plebis. A tribune's person was sacrosanct in theory. However, this did not always shield those who, like the Gracchi brothers in the 2nd century, used their position to pursue radical policies. The position of censor was the other somewhat odd one. About every 5 years, 2 censors were elected, but they were only in office for as long as necessary, never more than 18 months. Their main responsibility was to update the list of citizens and evaluate their morals and property. As part of this responsibility, they had to review the Senate and remove any members found to have engaged in improper behavior. As a result, the position of censorship was highly esteemed and nearly always occupied by former consuls. In 184 BC, Cato the Elder, also called Cato the Censor, became the most infamous censor of the Republican era. Cato was adamant that the republic of his time was slipping away from the early Romans' moral standards. In his capacity as censor, he dismissed senators from the Senate who he believed were acting outside of the bounds of traditional Roman conduct. One senator was chastised for having embraced his wife during the day in front of their daughter. Together, these positions made up the cursus honorum, which is the list of positions that a prominent Roman aristocrat could hold. In a traditional career, a man had to be at least 28 years old to hold his first position as a quaestor. After that, he served as a tribune or an aedile of the plebs before running for praetor. Those with enough notoriety could become censors and run for the consulship. When age requirements were established for the major magistracies in the 1st century, they were 39 for the praetor and 42 for the consul. It was anticipated that each office would be held for a period of 2 years. It was not possible to enforce these expectations consistently. There was fierce competition for office among the elite, and outstanding people frequently questioned the status quo. People with enough authority to control the highest positions and jeopardize the foundation of the republican system only came into being in the final century of the Republic. The Roman desire to restrain individual power was reflected in the essential traits of all republican magistracies. The position had to be obtained through an election, held for a set amount of time, and shared with one or more co-workers. These guidelines did have some exceptions. If necessary, a consul or praetor could be granted an extension of their imperium at the end of their year in office. They subsequently became proconsuls and pro-praetors, though it wasn't until the 1st century that such broad power became prevalent. The role of dictator was the other notable exception. Even though the Romans were opposed to autocracy, the Republic acknowledged that there were situations in which only one leader was needed. A dictator with superior imperium was chosen to rule the state in such a crisis. Only 6 months, or the length of the emergency, whichever came first, could a dictator remain in power. In the eyes of the Romans, Julius Caesar's perpetual dictatorship was a contradiction in terms and a primary factor in his assassination. As the Republic's executive branch, the magistrates were in charge of day-to-day governance as well as military and political direction. However, in the early Republic, the Senate's combined authority held actual political power rather than the individual magistrates. Because Roman magistrates were elected annually, those in office had little experience, and a Roman noble only held office for a short time during his adult life. This occasionally proved to be a weakness, particularly when professional soldiers like Pyrrhus and Hannibal confronted consular generals. Therefore, the Senate, which had developed from the noble council that had counseled the kings, was supposed to be followed by magistrates. A magistrate was a member of the Senate and returned to his duties as a regular senator following his year in office. The Senate was always the first to debate important decisions. The Senate was notably in charge of finance, civil administration, and foreign policy. The Senate served as the actual cornerstone of Republican governance. The third component of the Republican system, the popular assemblies, had to ratify Senate-proposed decisions. All of the annual magistrates were chosen by the assemblies, which also approved laws. Rome had a number of public assembly structures, but the Comitia Centuriata and the Concilium Plebis were the two most significant during the Republic. The Comitia Centuriata declared war and chose praetors and consuls. Plebiscites proposed by the tribunes were approved by the Concilium Plebis, which also elected tribunes of the plebs. Despite having sovereign authority in theory, these popular assemblies actually obeyed the Senate's directives. The assemblies nearly always supported the Senate's decision, and the magistrates who called the assemblies only presented topics that the Senate had already discussed. It was an advanced system that recognized everyone's right to participate in politics, reality, maintaining the nobility's hold on power. The Senate and the people of Rome, in that order, were in charge of the Republic. A uniquely Roman invention was the Republican Constitution. Although the populace possessed some degree of sovereign authority, Rome was not a democracy and was much less susceptible to the whims of the masses than classical Athens. Unlike the equally militaristic Spartans, the ruling patrician and plebeian aristocracy was well-defined but receptive to new blood, and had a certain amount of practical flexibility. During their year in office, the magistrates had executive authority. However, the Senate's collective leadership and the annual election limit kept one person from assuming autocratic control. Rome's rise to prominence was made possible by the Republic, a stable, conservative, yet flexible system of governance. Rome rose to prominence in Italy and the Mediterranean region as a whole thanks to its warlike and competitive senatorial elite. This was the victory of the Republic. It was its demise as well. The Republic's structures were never designed to handle the pressures that came with conquering an empire. The Roman Republic was a living thing, a dynamic, multifaceted world that changed over time, but never lost its unique Roman identity. The senatorial elite at the top of the social pyramid was surrounded by smaller farmers, craftspeople, and the large number of enslaved people who made up the majority of the labor force. But this system was never inflexible, and one of Rome's greatest advantages was the ability of exceptional men outside the hereditary elite to rise to the top. The family household, the basic unit of daily life, was dominated, at least in theory, if not always in practice, by the patriarchal paterfamilias. Despite the fact that our male literary sources barely acknowledge their significance in Roman history, women primarily played subordinate roles. At every level of Roman society, the public and private domains blended together, bound together by the common religious and cultural principles that constituted Rome's identity. The neighboring peoples of central Italy attacked the young republic in the middle of the 5th century. Rome installed Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus as a dictator because of the dire circumstances. Livy continues the story. At that time, Cincinnatus, the man to whom Rome entrusted all of her survival hopes, was cultivating a small 3-acre farm west of the Tiber, directly across from the location of the shipyards today. This farm is now called the Quinctian Meadow. He was working on his property on a city mission, perhaps plowing or digging a ditch. After exchanging greetings, he was asked to put on his toga and listen to the Senate's directives, along with a prayer for God's blessing on him and his nation. Naturally, he was taken aback by this and asked his wife Ricilia to hurry to their cottage and get his toga. When the toga arrived, he put it on while cleaning his face and hands of the grimy perspiration. The city's envoys immediately congratulated him on his appointment as dictator, invited him to Rome, and warned him of the grave danger. After entering Rome, Cincinnatus consented to the dictatorship. After calling all men of military age to assemble with their gear, he marched out and triumphed, then returned to Rome to celebrate. The captured enemy commanders preceded his chariot, and his soldiers with their loot followed. Then Cincinnatus left his position as dictator. Only 15 days had passed since he took office. Is the tale accurate? It makes no difference. The ideal Roman was exemplified by Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus. This prominent figure of his era was a farmer who used his hands to care for his little piece of land. Wiping away the perspiration, he accepted the Senate's request after appropriately dressing in his toga and receiving their instructions. His triumphs brought him fame, and he rejoiced in his success. He then ceded his position of authority because he valued the state's welfare over his own reputation. Thus, in a single person, Cincinnatus embodied every virtue that the later Romans ascribed to the Republic's ascent to glory. Such heroic instances abound in early Roman history. Publius Horatius Cocles, who defended the bridge across the Tiber against the Etruscan king Lars Porsena. Gaius Fabricius, who fought against Pyrrhus, but alerted the king when Pyrrhus's physician offered to poison his master. And Lucius Junius Brutus, who was inspired to overthrow the monarchy by the sacrifice of Lucretia. These tales offer us insight into the Romans' perceptions of themselves and their ancestors. A simple lifestyle free from excessive luxury was embraced by the people of early Rome, which was hailed as a golden age. Because of their good deeds, they gained the favor of God and drew the fortitude from hardship that allowed Rome to outperform its neighbors. Future generations were instructed to imitate and outdo their valiant predecessors. The Republic's growth was fueled in part by this imitation, which brought Rome to unprecedented levels of wealth. And the Romans used moral decay and the loss of ancestors' virtue to explain their fate when the Republic ultimately fell into anarchy and civil war. The senatorial elite, the pinnacle of Roman society, produced the most remarkable heroes of the early Republic. The main indicator of social and political standing in Rome after the fall of the monarchy was Senate membership. The oldest families, including the Cornelii, Fabii, and Julii, could trace their ancestry back to the king's reign and beyond. Throughout Republican history, they established a largely hereditary aristocracy. The senatorial elite, however, was open to fresh blood and was not a closed caste. Rich plebeians were granted equality with the older patricians during the conflict of the orders, and a gradual influx of foreigners was granted senatorial status in subsequent centuries. The eminent figures, Cato the Elder, Gaius Marius, and Marcus Tullius Cicero, were examples of novus homos, or new men, who were the first members of their family to hold the Senate or the consulship. Although the Roman Senate was a body of equals in theory, the elite still had a hierarchy of honor. The presiding consuls were the first men to speak when the Senate convened. Next in line were the most senior former consuls, followed by praetors and ex-praetors, and so on. When junior senators spoke, they almost always did so in accordance with their elders' instructions. As a result, the Senate was a conservative body where the most senior and seasoned men held significant influence. The princeps senatus, or first among the equals of the Senate, was the head of the Senate and the person who spoke first after the consuls. Later, as befitted the first Roman emperor, Augustus took on the title of princeps. A man's dignitas was what defined his status in the Senate. More nuanced than the English word dignity, this intricate idea embodied the value of a person as well as his family. There was more dignity among those who had held higher positions, particularly the consulship, than among those who had not. Greater dignity was inherited by those whose ancestors had achieved fame, and a person's actions could either uphold or undermine his or her family's dignity. Winning gloria was, above all, the most crucial way for a man to improve his dignitas. The pinnacle of gloria in Republican Rome was attained by leading armies to victory in battle. In order to elevate himself and outshine his peers in the senatorial hierarchy, every Roman aristocrat pursued gloria. The ideal that senators aimed to achieve was embodied in the story of Cincinnatus. Cincinnatus had such dignity when he was called to the dictatorship that no one contested his appointment. He went on to win more gloria as a result of his triumphs, which were acknowledged by the Senate. The ability to parade a triumphant army through Rome while showcasing the prisoners and loot taken during the campaign was the greatest honor a Roman general could be awarded. The triumphal procession started on Campus Martius, also known as the Field of Mars, outside the city limits. A sacrifice was made by the general in gratitude for the god's favor at the Temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus, on the Capitol after the route went through Rome, down the Circus Maximus, and up the Via Sacra, Sacred Way, through the Forum. Every new generation of senators was surrounded from an early age by monuments to the actions of past heroes and stories about them. Famous ancestors kept watch over their descendants even within the home. In the early years of the Roman Empire, Pliny the Elder wrote about the statues that were found in Republican noble homes. They weren't marble or bronze statues created by foreign artists. Nevertheless, wax masks, images of family members, were placed on separate urns so that their likenesses could be carried in procession during funerals. Every member of the deceased's family who had ever lived was always present when they passed away. The painted portraits were connected by lines that traced the family tree. Books, documents, and written summaries of our ancestors' accomplishments in office were piled high in their archive rooms. Outside the houses and around the door were lintel depictions of those extraordinary men. Even a later home buyer was not permitted to remove the spoils that had been affixed to their doors from the enemy. As a result, homes celebrated a continuous victory as their owners changed. It is impossible to overstate the importance of dignitas and gloria's demands for Republican history in exerting pressure on the senatorial elite. From birth, the men who ruled Roman social and political life were urged to vie for prestige and to imitate and outdo the accomplishments of their forebears. A key element in Rome's ascent to power was the effect this had on propelling the Republic's military. Expansion. However, the seeds for the fall of the Republic were also sown in the elite's spirit of competition. All Republican champions, from Pompeius Magnus and Julius Caesar to Hannibal's conqueror Scipio Africanus, were motivated by the desire for dignitas and gloria. As each noble rose in prominence, they fought not only with one another, but also with the Senate's combined power. Until one man eventually acquired the authority to subjugate Rome to his will, personal dignity grew more significant than state service. Social divisions were less distinct in ancient Rome below the senatorial aristocracy. During the late Republic, a group known as the equites, equestrians or knights, arose directly beneath the senatorial elite. Although they were not very significant in early Rome, they were actively engaged in trade and industry. Nonetheless, small farmers who worked their fields and volunteered when the army was called up to fight made up the free Roman populace. The patron-client relationship, which was vital to the peace of Roman society, bound them together with the elite. In exchange for the client's labor and political support through votes and public demonstrations, the patron offered protection and financial assistance. Since the relationship was informal rather than formal, it was susceptible to abuse, though this was uncommon. A noble patron's dignitas depended on the support of many devoted clients, and the patron-client relationship offered the less fortunate in Rome one of the few means of welfare. Small farmers served as the foundation of the Roman army during the heyday of the Mediterranean conquest. There was no professional or permanent army in the early Republic. When Rome was at war, which was admittedly common, soldiers were called up, and they had to live off their farms when they weren't fighting. Since a soldier had to pay for his equipment, those without property were initially prohibited from serving. The introduction of soldier pay and the state's takeover of armor and weaponry production in response to Rome's growing military demands further guaranteed the army's uniform appearance and field tactics. However, the idea that only those with a certain amount of property should be eligible for military service or the assidui persisted. This would alter during the late Republic's crises, a development that directly led to the collapse of the Republic. As Rome's empire grew, so did the number of non-citizens in the Roman population. Slaves, who were vital to Roman society and the economy, made up the largest and most significant block. By the time the 12 Tables, Rome's first set of laws, were put together in Circa, slavery was already well established in the ancient world, 450 BC. In aristocratic homes, both male and female domestic servants carried out a variety of tasks, including teaching, entertaining, and cooking. At the same time, slaves worked in state-run mines and farmed noble estates in the countryside. Slaves in the early centuries were typically captured during Rome's Italian wars. However, the number of slaves increased dramatically as Roman power expanded throughout the Mediterranean. In 167 BC, 150,000 slaves were taken from Epirus alone, and during his campaigns in Gaul, Julius Caesar enslaved at least 500,000 people. In contrast to slavery in more recent times, ethnicity does not seem to have had a significant impact on Roman practice. The later black slave trade to the Americas had no Roman counterpart. Rather, specific roles were valued for specific individuals. Gauls and other barbarians were preferred as farm workers, while the Greeks were valued as teachers and domestic help. The unfortunate enslaved people were sent to work in the mines, and domestic workers fared better than those in the fields. Roman enslaved people had one special advantage, despite the fact that their treatment could be cruel. The Romans granted some, but not all, of the benefits of citizenship to former slaves, in contrast to the Greeks. Under the Roman Empire, some exceptional freedmen achieved positions of great wealth and power, and it was said that they would remain loyal to their former masters. The Roman economy remained primarily based on agriculture, despite growth and social transformation. Growing enough food to eat was the top priority for the great majority of people, and even for the aristocracy, wealth was always based on land ownership. However, Rome's transformation into the mistress of a Mediterranean empire unavoidably had a significant impact on its economic life. The rise of Roman coinage is indicative of this. Coins were not minted in ancient Rome. In the 4th century, Rome started issuing bronze ingots at a set weight, which served as the only money, and were used to barter any agricultural surplus at makeshift markets. Rome was eventually persuaded to embrace a more advanced currency by contact with the Greeks of southern Italy. Rome began producing its own bronze and silver coins in the 3rd century, such as the denarius, sestertius, and as. With the influx of precious metals, particularly from the Spanish silver mines that Rome had taken from Carthage, Roman minting flourished in the 2nd century. Roman coinage was widely used throughout the Mediterranean by the last century BC. The growing demands on the Roman state and the increasing significance of trade necessitated more practical forms of exchange than barter, which is why a monetary economy was necessary. As the empire expanded, so did the state's use of coinage to pay the soldiers on the front lines. The basic but efficient foundation for the circulation of Roman currency was established when taxes were used to recoup the coinage that the soldiers had spent. Originally built for military use, the Roman road network in Italy and elsewhere facilitated the movement of people and products. Rome gained control of the seaborne trade in the west and knew as to eastern routes that extended as far as China and India after defeating Carthage in the 3rd century. A large portion of this trade involved agricultural goods, especially grain that was brought in from North Africa and Sicily to feed Rome. But bringing luxury goods into Italy, from Asian silk and spices to Greek art, was the most lucrative. The Republic benefited greatly from the economy's growing sophistication. However, those who already had money to spend benefited the most from those advantages, and throughout Rome's history, a sizable section of the populace continued to rely on subsistence farming. The family was the primary social unit in the Republic's daily life, as it is in practically all human societies. The Roman family was a microcosm of Rome itself, reflecting the values that influenced the history of the Republican Party. Roman names served as identity markers, particularly for the senatorial nobility, and the patriarchal values of Roman society are reflected in the traditional roles that men and women played in the home. The reality was a little more complicated, impacted by the fundamental elements of marital expectations, child mortality, and life expectancy. The actual environment also had an impact. The Roman domus, or home, blended public and private areas and established standards for its occupants. In a society where inherited dignitas and ancestry were important indicators of social standing, names had a special meaning. The Republican male elite's tripartite names placed more emphasis on family than on personal identity. The praenomen, or first name of a man, such as Gaius or Marcus, was not unique and was only used by those closest to him in conversation. There were fewer than 20 praenomina, and the eldest son typically shared his father's praenomen. The nomen Gentile, or middle name of a man's genes or clan, was more important. This name was essential to determining a man's position in the social hierarchy and could be patrician, Julius, Fabius, Cornelius, or plebeian, Sempronius, Pompeius, Tullius. The cognomen, a third name that frequently started out as individual nicknames, denoted various family branches within a clan. Therefore, Marcus Tullius Cicero's cognomen originally meant chickpea. At the same time, Julius Caesar, the most well-known bearer of the name Gaius, might have found his cognomen a little embarrassing because Caesar seemed to denote a thick head of hair, which the balding dictator did not have. The naming patterns for women were far simpler than those for men. Women hardly ever had a cognomen and lacked a praenomen. Cicero's daughter is named Tullia, and Caesar's daughter is named Julia. both of which are derived from the feminine form of their father's nomen gentile. Elder and younger daughters were indicated by adding the major and minor numbers, prima, secunda. As a result, a Roman's name increased the pressure to live up to the expectations of their ancestors by disclosing their social status, family background, and even whether they were the oldest child. The oldest living male, known as the paterfamilias, was the head of the household in accordance with the Roman ideal of the ideal family. In his capacity as patriarch, the paterfamilias had paternal authority over his wife, their kids, and their kids' kids. His legal authority was absolute, at least in theory. He set up all marriages, decided whether to accept or put infants to death, and had the authority to order the execution or enslavement of even adult children without a trial. Fathers killing their sons was not common in reality. The only accounts of this are those that were already well known during the Republican era. The letters of Cicero, whose wife Terentia, who was admittedly a notoriously independent woman, managed their household and arranged the marriages of their daughter Tullia, are among the few sources that offer a glimpse of family life and point to a more complicated and even loving setting. Cicero and Terentia had a tense relationship that ended in divorce. His intense love for Tullia, however, served as a reminder that despite the austere paterfamilias, Roman ideals permitted affection between parents and children. The Roman conception of the family was also significantly impacted by the sobering realities of life expectancy and child mortality. Republican Rome existed before the invention of the machine. Perhaps 35 to 40 births per 1,000 people annually was a high birth rate, but the mortality rate. At birth, the average life expectancy was less than 30, and possibly as low as 25. However, the high risk of child mortality, roughly 50% of children die before the age of 10, skews these numbers. The mortality rate was raised by the exposure of unwanted girls, though it's unclear how widespread this practice was. The life expectancy of adults who lived to their 20s was approximately 55 years old on average. Typically, men were married by their mid to late 20s, and girls by their late teens. Men marrying later than women and having a lower life expectancy had serious repercussions. Men could become widowers if a woman died during childbirth, but women ran the risk of becoming widowed young by much older husbands. Furthermore, divorce and remarriage were common among the elite, and most marriages were arranged for political reasons. As a result, Roman families had to be adaptable, allowing for significant age differences and the equal possibility of having children from different parents living in the same home. Pompeius Magnus wed Julia, the daughter of fellow triumvir Julius Caesar, in 59 BC as part of the pact that established the so-called First Triumvirate. 6 years older than his new father-in-law, Pompeius was in his late 40s. Julia was his fourth wife, and he already had 3 children. She had never been married before and was most likely in her teens. In spite of everything, the marriage worked out well and kept Pompeius and Caesar together until Julia passed away during childbirth in 54 BC. Republican upper-class family life's triumphs and tragedies occurred in a setting that was distinctively Roman in its own right. Few of the multi-story apartment buildings, insulae, that housed the majority of Rome's urban population still stand today. Late in the Republican era, the opulent, wealthy, rural villas first appeared, and they were very popular during the Empire. Nonetheless, the domus was the quintessential home of the Republican elite. The housemaster conducted political business while meeting with his clients in the atrium, the reception area, and the rooms that were adjacent. Offerings were made to the lares familiares, the household's guardian spirits, and family records were stored here. The images of great ancestors also looked down on their descendants. The sleeping quarters, cubicula, and banqueting hall, triclinium, were located toward the back of the house. Although there were many women in those rooms, The Roman domus lacked clearly defined spaces for men and women and did not strictly divide private and public areas. In both worlds, the atrium served as a tangible representation of the rights and obligations of the Roman nobility. Apart from their roles as wives and daughters, not much has been written about the female half of the Roman population. Our sources were written by men who were more interested in politics and war. Lucretia, spinning while she awaited her husband's return, was the ideal woman in their patriarchal society. Following her rape, Lucretia put her family's honor before her own life. Because Caesar's wife must be above suspicion, Julius Caesar, one of the most infamous adulterers in Republican history, divorced his innocent wife following a questionable party 4.5 centuries later. The women in these stories are firmly situated in a domestic context and are evaluated less as individuals than by the way their behavior affects their husbands. Under the Republic, Roman women had limited access to public opportunities. They were unable to vote in the assemblies or hold public office. Only during times of extreme crisis, like the infamous rape of the Sabine women, was female involvement in politics recognized. Religion was discussed at nearly every public event where women were prominent. Rome's most well-known priestesses, the Vestal Virgins, existed before the city itself because it is said that Romulus's mother, Rhea Silvia, was a Vestal. The main responsibility of these priestesses, who served Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, was to keep the eternal fire burning on her altar. Vestals, who served for at least 30 years, were chosen from prominent families when they were between the ages of 6 and 10. Former Vestals were respected and could marry, but some decided to serve for life. However, their vows were strictly upheld during their time in service. Vestals who let the sacred fire go extinguished were scourged, and those who lost their virginity were punished by being buried alive. The College of Vestals was frequently accused of being slack in bringing down divine wrath during emergencies. 2 Vestals were given burial sentences following the catastrophic Battle of Cannae against Hannibal. However, one of them committed suicide before the punishment could be administered. However, Roman women were not worthy of being reduced to heroic archetypes and a handful of virgin priestesses. Women oversaw childcare, clothing production, cooking, and other domestic and financial tasks in their homes. Outside of the elite, wives managed farms and operated stores with their husbands, while their men were away fighting in increasingly distant and protracted conflicts. The aristocratic concern for dignitas dignitasation of the past inspired proper Roman behavior in children, and senatorial ladies could be highly educated and perceptive. Cornelia, the daughter of Scipio Africanus, Hannibal's conqueror, is reported to have repeatedly reprimanded her sons Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus for not being mentioned by the Romans as the mother of the Gracchi, thus leading them into their doomed political campaigns. Many distinguished visitors, including reigning kings and Roman nobles, paid Cornelia a visit after they passed away. What they loved most was listening to her talk about her sons without expressing sadness or tears, and recounting their accomplishments and their destiny to anyone who asked, as if she were recounting the history of ancient Rome. Plutarch. The Laudatio Turiae, an anonymous epitaph from the late 1st century, speaks for all of the Republic's forgotten women. A husband honors his deceased wife, who may have been named Turia. In this fragmentary inscription, the couple had been married for 40 years. She defended him during his exile and obtained clemency from Caesar Augustus on his behalf during the 1st century civil wars. She is commended for her diligence and modesty, as well as her obedience and loyalty. Her sense of obligation was so strong that she offered to file for divorce when the marriage failed to produce any children, allowing her husband to find a more suitable mate. His reply said it all. To think that we should have discussed separation before fate had decreed it. to think that you had been able to imagine in your mind that you might no longer be my wife. Even though you had been completely faithful to me when I was exiled and all but dead, I was still alive at the same time. How could my need and desire to have children have been so strong that I should have abandoned my faith and substituted uncertainty for certainty? But enough of this. You stayed with me as my wife because I couldn't have given in to you without making us both unhappy and ashamed. You deserved everything, but I didn't have the duty to give it to you the way I should have. Your final wishes are legally binding on me, and I will fulfill any additional duties that come within my power. I ask your daimones to give you protection and rest. Religion was the last important factor that bound Republican society together. In an unpredictable world shaped by forces the ancient Romans could neither comprehend nor control, faith in the gods provided comfort and protection. In retrospect, historian Livy attributed the rise of Rome to the early Romans' piety and morality, which won them divine favor more so than the Republic's distinctive constitution and legislative power. Despite how alien Republican views may appear to contemporary eyes, religion played a significant role in every facet of Roman life. Great sacrifices and processions were held in honor of the highest deities that protected the state, and small household rituals honored the spirits that watched over the family. No election or declaration of war was made without first obtaining divine consent, and the flight of birds and the examination of the entrails of sacrificial victims were used to determine the will of the gods. Rome took inspiration for its religion from a variety of sources, just like everywhere else. During the Republic, worship of the Olympians, who were headed by Jupiter, Zeus, was firmly established in Rome, and they were considered the highest gods and goddesses. Native Italian deities coexisted with the Olympians, ranging from Janus, the two-faced god of doors, whose shrine near the Forum was only closed when there was peace, a practice said to have happened only twice in Rome's history prior to the reign of Emperor Augustus, to Quirinus, who became associated with the deified Romulus. On a more intimate level, there were shrines to the Lares and Penates, the protectors of the house, while Rome herself was worshipped as the embodiment of Roma. There was always room for newcomers to this varied pantheon. In addition to creating ties between the Romans and their vanquished enemies, the incorporation of foreign gods into Rome was a sign of superiority. The Romans inherited the haruspices, diviners who studied the entrails of sacrificed animals, from the Etruscans. A haruspex, Spurina, was the soothsayer who cautioned Julius Caesar to beware the Ides of March. The Sibyl, prophetess of Cumae, gave the last king, Tarquin Superbus, Greek verses that became the most famous oracle of Rome, known as the Sibylline books. The king allegedly refused to pay Sibyl's price when she offered Tarquin 9 books of prophecies. Sibyl burned 3 of the books and offered the other 6 at the same price. When he was turned down again, he burned 3 more books until Tarquin gave in and purchased the 3 books that were still there. They were only consulted during times of extreme crisis and were gathered in Jupiter's temple on the Capitol. During the Hannibal War, worship of Cybele, the Magna Mater, Great Mother, arrived in Rome from Asia Minor under the direction of the Sibylline books. To ensure Roman victory over foreign invaders of Italy, a new temple on the Palatine Hill was built with her cult image, a meteorite. Nonetheless, participation in Cybele's orgiastic rites was prohibited for Roman citizens. Thus, Roman religion was very inclusive. Instead of forcing their gods on their conquered people, the Romans assimilated their defeated enemies' traditions into their own cults. However, we shouldn't characterize Roman religion as tolerant, in contrast to more exclusive monotheistic faiths like Islam and Christianity. In order for alternatives to be allowed to exist, tolerance necessitates a clear truth. Roman polytheism was neither intolerant nor tolerant. Rather, it accepted other people's religious customs and provided no justification for discrimination based on religion. The Senate temporarily suppressed the Bacchanalia in honor of Dionysus in 186 BC. The worship of the god of wine continued in more palatable forms, and this was essentially done to maintain public order and quell the drunken riots of Dionysus's followers. Although the Jews presented a special challenge due to their distinct religious identity, by the final century of the Republic, a Jewish community had become firmly established in Rome. Significant outbreaks of violence between Romans and Jews, as well as between both groups and the newly emerging Christians, would only happen under the empire. Every one of Rome's numerous cults had its own customs and rituals. Every Roman was not expected to adhere to any particular creed or sacred text, nor was there any expectation of uniformity. The various components were united by the universal human need for direction and safety in a perilous environment. The Pax Deorum, or peace of the gods, was a core Roman religious principle that addressed this need. The gods were strong, but they could also be awful. Through proper ritual and prayer, the Romans aimed to appease the gods and keep their favor. People prayed for safety and prosperity in times of peril, or for divine protection during illness and childbirth. Public festivals performed sacrifices on behalf of the state, while domestic sacrifices were made for the welfare of the household. Romans like Livy believed that the loss of the morals and pietas that had once made Rome great was the only reason for the catastrophes of the last century of the Republic. Many aspects of Roman religion are based on the Pax Deorum and the fundamental significance of humanity's relationship with the divine. Compared to Christianity, which emphasizes individual piety and prayer, Roman religion was more strongly communal. Participation in communal rituals, such as state festivals or private home ceremonies, which invoked the gods for the benefit of all, was more important than individual displays of faith. The requirement that all rituals be performed flawlessly, without mistakes or disruptions, was given a lot of weight for the same reason. The entire ritual had to be repeated if there was even the slightest mistake, a stutter in prayer, or a misbehavior by a sacrificial animal. This fixation on performance and formula may seem impersonal to us, but it is a reflection of the Roman emphasis on correct action, orthopraxy, as opposed to correct belief, orthodoxy. We would be incorrect, though, to write off the Roman religion as being untrue. There were many tales in Roman tradition about what happened to people who disobeyed the gods. When he entered combat in 249 BC, Publius Claudius Pulcher, who led the Roman fleet at Drepana during the First Punic War with Carthage, disregarded bad omens. He threw the birds overboard after learning that the sacred chickens had refused to eat, declaring, "Let them drink." Pulcher's political career ended with his disastrous defeat, which was a fitting fate for someone who had invited divine punishment. It was appropriate for those who conducted religious ceremonies to lead their communities in social and political matters, and rituals were carried out for the benefit of the community. State rites were performed by magistrates who also served as priests, while household rites were performed by paterfamilias. Rome, in contrast to many ancient cultures, did not have a clear religious caste system, and only a small number of priests and priestesses, including the Vestal Virgins, had full-time responsibilities. The majority of Roman priests were men from the senatorial class, for whom their political careers and religious duties were inextricably linked. The Sibylline books were examined by numerous priestly colleges upon Senate request, ranging from the Decemviri Sacris Faciundis, the 10 men for the performance of rites, to the augurs who performed divinations. The head of the College of Pontifices, the Pontifex Maximus, was the highest priest and was primarily responsible for maintaining the Pax Deorum and supervising religious law. Between 63 and 44 BC, Julius Caesar was a Pontifex Maximus. The emperors who stood in for the state before both gods and people were given the title after the fall of the Republic. Roman nobles undoubtedly used religion for political purposes, and this close relationship between religion and politics has long alarmed contemporary observers who demand a distinct division between the church and the state. In 59 BC, Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus resisted his fellow consul Julius Caesar by claiming to be watching for omens, a religious pretext that, in theory, rendered Caesar's actions null and void. However, only because such questions were important could such egregious manipulation be attempted. Cicero was able to maintain respect for the gods and the Pax Deorum while expressing skepticism about modern beliefs. Roman views on religion may appear political or impersonal to us, but this speaks more to our expectations than to theirs. For centuries, the myriad deities, temples, ceremonies, and celebrations that comprise the rich realm of Roman religion met an urgent need. Long after the Republic itself vanished, they kept doing this. The social and political systems that constituted the Roman Republic were well established by 275 BC. The Senate's collective leadership channeled the aspirations of the aristocracy and offered stability. The agricultural economy supplied the troops for Rome's armies, and assemblies and elections allowed the people to have a say. From the nearby Latin peoples to the cities of Magna Graecia, the Roman Allied network expanded the Republic's resource base and granted Rome authority over central and southern Italy. The Republic was still only a regional power, though. Rome had minimal involvement in broader Mediterranean affairs, and its influence was limited to the Italian peninsula. This changed in the 3rd century. As Rome's horizons expanded beyond Italy, it came into direct contact with the most formidable foe the Republic would encounter, the city-state of Carthage in North Africa. Between 264 and 146 BC, their power struggle nearly brought Rome to its knees and gave rise to some of the greatest Republican heroes and dramas. In the end, 3 Punic Wars destroyed Carthage, and Rome became a true Mediterranean power, hidden by the winners. Few remnants of ancient Carthage have survived, and no Punic narrative of their protracted conflicts with Rome has survived. The Roman history of Livy and the pro-Roman Greek historian Polybius of Megalopolis are the primary sources from which we learn about Carthage and the Punic Wars. Because of this, we have far too little knowledge about the Carthaginians and interpret their intentions and deeds through the skewed perspective of their Roman enemies. However, the main traits that characterized Carthaginian society and made Carthage a strong opponent of the burgeoning Roman Republic can be reconstructed. In c. Carthage was established 800 BC by settlers from Tyre, a city in eastern modern-day Lebanon. Carthage was founded by maritime traders known as Phoenicians, Latin Punici, and it was situated on a beautiful natural harbor on the promontory of what is now Tunis. Carthage built a commercial empire that stretched across North Africa and into Spain, Sardinia, and Sicily, because it was in a prime location to dominate trade in the Western Mediterranean. In contrast to Rome, a large portion of Carthage's population was engaged in trade and industry rather than agriculture, making it the richest city in the world in antiquity, according to Polybius. The political and military system of Carthage mirrored this. The wealthiest families controlled the oligarchy that was Carthage. Its army consisted of elite cavalry from Numidia and the powerful but unreliable weapon of the now extinct North African elephant, as well as mercenaries under Carthaginian officers. Carthage's navy was more important. Carthage had about 200 quinquiremes, 45-meter-long oared galleys, and a bronze-encased ram. Each ship could accommodate 120 marines for combat and needed 300 rowers. In the years preceding the First Punic War, the Carthaginian navy ruled the Western Mediterranean with strength and skill. As the Roman Republic grew, it was headed straight for conflict with Carthage. Rome and Carthage signed a treaty permitting cooperation against Pyrrhus's aggression during the Pyrrhic War, and their initial interactions were comparatively cordial. However, Roman control over southern Italy following Pyrrhus's defeat drew Rome into Sicily's affairs, which were under the Carthaginian sphere of influence. For centuries, Carthage had engaged in warfare against the Greek cities of Sicily, with Syracuse being the most significant. The city of Messina in Sicily was taken by a group of Italian mercenaries known as the Mamertines, the sons of Mars, in 288 BC. In 265 BC, rival factions within Messina appealed to both Rome and Carthage for assistance after the Mamertines indiscriminately raided Carthaginian and Syracusan territory, provoking animosity on all sides. A Roman army entered Sicily in response to the Carthaginians' fleet, and the Carthaginian commander gave up the town, for which he was later crucified. The First Punic War started in 264 BC, when Syracuse joined forces with Rome to fight Carthage. Given their lengthy involvement in Sicily, the Carthaginians' reaction to Messina's plea was understandable. For what reason did Rome support the Mamertines? Fear was one of the motivations, as the Romans feared that Carthage might take control of Sicily and jeopardize Rome's control over Italy. Keeping their Italian allies loyal was another priority for the Romans. By assisting the Mamertines, Rome validated its fides, good faith, and showed that it would stand by its allies in times of need. Our Roman sources tended to highlight fear and fides because the Romans insisted that they only fought wars to protect themselves or their allies. Although these motivations were sincere, they did not provide the complete picture. The nobility fought for military glory, and Roman society was geared toward war and the financial benefits of conquest. The senatorial nobility propelled the Roman war effort, while the consuls oversaw the armies and the Senate, where all significant decisions were discussed. The Sicilian land war quickly came to a near standstill following the original battle over Messina. Carthage depended on protecting its coastal cities. The Punic fleet supplied the towns and even managed to bring in elephants by sea, and the Romans lacked experience in siege warfare. The Republic built a proper navy for the first time as a result of this impasse and frequent Carthaginian naval attacks on the Italian coast. Although Rome already had some ships, they were small and antiquated in comparison to Carthage's cutting-edge warships. After a Carthaginian quinquereme ran aground, the Romans constructed 120 of their own quinqueremes in 60 days, using crews from their southern Italian Greek allies to man the ships. Although Roman tradition may have exaggerated, the fact that this fleet was built virtually from nothing is one of the most amazing feats in Republican history and a testament to the organizational genius of the Romans. The Romans added the corvus, crow, a boarding ramp with an iron spike at the end to bind ships together and create the fixed platform of a land battle, to their ships to make up for the Carthaginians' superior skill and experience at sea. Equipped with this weapon, the newly formed Roman fleet achieved a significant triumph at Mylae in 260 BC. In honor of Commander Gaius Duilius, 50 Carthaginian ships were taken, and their bronze beaks were used to decorate a column in the Roman Forum. The war's trajectory was changed by the unexpected rise of Roman naval might. In 256–5 BC, the Romans saw their chance and threatened Carthage by sending an army to Africa using their fleet. But Carthaginian mercenaries under the command of the Spartan Xanthippus routed the army, and the Roman relief fleet was engulfed in a catastrophic storm, losing 280 ships with over 100,000 rowers and soldiers aboard. In 253 BC, a second fleet was destroyed by a storm, in part because the corvus made Roman ships more susceptible to inclement weather. Then, in 249 BC, Publius Claudius Pulcher, a Roman commander, invited divine wrath by tossing the sacred chickens overboard, which led to the Carthaginians winning a naval battle at Drepana. Similar to the land war, the maritime conflict had devolved into an attrition-based conflict in which neither side could obtain a decisive edge. As the war entered its third decade in the 240s, both sides were worn out. Even after storms and battles claimed the lives of perhaps 20% of Italy's workforce, the Republic refused to engage in peace talks. Rome delved deeply. The nobility imposed mandatory loans on themselves, increased taxes, and mandated that each senator provide a warship, so another fleet was constructed. In 241, Carthage sued for peace after gaining a final naval victory close to the Aegates Islands off western Sicily. The treaty stipulated that the vanquished Carthaginians had to pay a substantial indemnity of 3,200 silver talents, roughly 100 tons, and give up Sicily, but not their other assets. After going bankrupt, Carthage was hit by a huge mercenary uprising that persisted until 237. By capturing Sardinia, the Romans took advantage of their adversaries' vulnerability. They further exacerbated the situation by threatening to start another war unless Carthage paid an additional 1,200 talents in tribute. The Carthaginians were forced to submit, but their resentment was only heightened by Rome's haughtiness. The conclusion of the First Punic War planted the seeds for future wars, much like the Treaty of Versailles did 2,000 years later. The Republic's ability to withstand economic and military pressure was proven during the First Punic War, which also reaffirmed the Allies' commitment to the Republic under extreme duress. Sicily became Rome's first province to pay tribute at the end of the war. In contrast to the Italian allies, Sicily was given a Roman governor in the form of a praetor, who was assisted by a small garrison and a quaestor to manage taxes. There was no extra bureaucracy involved. Rome favored governing through the local elites and preserving the social and political systems that were already in place. It was a straightforward and adaptable system that quickly spread to Sardinia and served as the template for all Roman provincial administrations under the Republic. Carthage turned to Spain, its last overseas possession, after losing Sicily and Sardinia. In order to pay the tribute that Rome required, it exploited the abundant Spanish silver mines there and grew its territory. Hamilcar Barca, also known as Thunderer, was the general in charge of Spain. At the age of 9, Hamilcar is reported to have forced his son to swear that he would always be Rome's enemy, because he was determined to restore Carthaginian pride and exact revenge for its defeat. Hannibal was the name of his son. Livy immortalized Hannibal as the greatest enemy the Roman Republic had ever encountered, and possibly the best general in antiquity. The men consistently displayed the greatest advantage in confidence and dash under his direction. He was reckless when he courted danger, but once it came his way, he showed exceptional tactical skill. He was mentally and physically invincible, able to withstand extremes of heat and cold with equal ease. He only consumed food and liquids that would maintain his physical strength, whether he was mounted or not. He was unmatched as a fighter, always the first to attack and the last to leave the field. What a waste of his virtues, which were many. His shortcomings, however, were equally important. A complete disregard for religion, truth, honor, the sanctity of an oath, and everything else that other men consider sacred, as well as inhumane cruelty and more than Punic perfidy. The Carthaginian army entered the Second Punic War under Hannibal's command. Livy believed that Hannibal and the Barcid vendetta against Rome, which he inherited from Hamilcar, were the main causes of the war. The truth was more nuanced. Rome was alarmed by Carthage's Spanish expansion and encirca, a treaty that established the river Ebro in northern Spain as the border between their respective spheres was signed in 226 BC. However, Rome also formed a friendly alliance with the town of Saguntum in Spain, which is situated deep within the Carthaginian sphere and 100 miles south of the Ebro. In 219 BC, Hannibal attacked that town, providing Rome with the ideal casus belli. In 218 BC, the Second Punic War broke out following Carthage's refusal to turn over Hannibal for punishment. Rome claimed to be defending its ally, but it was too eager to fight, even though Hannibal's actions were provocative. The most memorable war in history, Livy, started. Rome had planned to engage in combat in North Africa and Spain on Carthaginian territory. But Hannibal was already advancing on the Alps when the Roman armies were ready. He risked the difficult mountain crossing and gave up his communications because he was determined to invade Italy and directly attack the Roman resources and manpower. The Alpine passes claimed the lives of many elephants and more than half of his army. Nevertheless, Hannibal brought 20,000 highly skilled Spanish and African infantrymen and 6,000 excellent cavalrymen, many of whom came from Numidia, into Italy. Only in the years following the First Punic War had Rome taken control of Cisalpine Gaul, the area of Italy immediately south of the Alps. The Gallic people in the area rose up in rebellion and accompanied Hannibal on his march south. Before the main Roman field army under the consul Sempronius Longus arrived in November 218 BC, Hannibal's Numidian cavalry prevailed in an early battle at the river Ticinus. On a chilly morning in December 218, the Romans, confident of victory, launched an attack across the river Trebia and were routed, losing more than 20,000 men. Declaring the liberation of Rome's allies, Hannibal promptly freed all of his Italian prisoners without demanding a ransom. Hannibal's propaganda was ineffective at this point. A second Roman army, led by Gaius Flaminius, one of the recently elected consuls for 217, confronted him after he had waited out the winter. The Romans marched around the shores of Lake Trasimene in pursuit of Hannibal through Etruria, where they immediately fell into a trap. When Hannibal's Numidian cavalry cut off the Roman rear on a foggy morning, 15,000 men, including Flaminius, were drowned or killed in combat. Rome installed Quintus Fabius Maximus as a dictator during this emergency. Fabius, also known as Cunctator, delayer, changed tactics, attempting to subdue Hannibal rather than engage in direct combat. Due to the widespread disapproval of this un-Roman tactic, Fabius was unable to stop Hannibal from eluding him and entering southern Italy. Lucius Aemilius Paulus and Gaius Terentius Varro led the army to meet Hannibal on a level plain at Cannae after new consuls were elected in 216. The Romans were trapped and slaughtered after Hannibal surrounded them despite being outnumbered by almost 2 to 1. In what may have been the biggest Republican defeat in more than a century, 50,000 Romans perished, and Hannibal got within 6 miles of Rome. Hannibal's success peaked at the Battle of Cannae, which also cemented his status as a military genius. His strategies are still taught in officer training courses today. He was successful in gaining the support of several of Rome's allies, particularly the Greek colonies in southern Italy and Syracuse in Sicily, as his propaganda started to have an effect for the first time. But whether he hesitated or lacked the means, he was unable to attack Rome. Even after the Cannae catastrophe, the majority of Rome's Italian allies continued to be faithful. The flaw in the republican system of annually elected magistrates had been revealed by Hannibal. Rome once more looked to Fabius Maximus Cunctator, who was reinstated as ruler and aided by Marcus Claudius Marcellus, who was more belligerent. Known as the shield and sword of Rome, these two men led the Roman recovery. In just 3 years, Hannibal had slaughtered more than 70,000 Romans in his great conquests. 200,000 Roman soldiers were fighting in Sicily, Italy, and Spain by the year 212. About 50,000 men were sent in just to keep an eye on the outnumbered Hannibal, never to engage in combat again, but to limit his movements and crush anyone who joined him. As in the First Punic War, despite the immense strain, the Romans resisted giving up. Now that Hannibal was under control, focus shifted. In 211, Marcellus took control of the rebellious city of Syracuse, a siege that was facilitated by Archimedes' ingenious inventions. which supposedly included scorpions that fired tiny iron darts and a claw that raised Roman ships out of the water. When the city fell, an unidentified soldier killed Archimedes, securing Roman rule over Sicily. The Carthaginians then made their only serious attempt to bolster Hannibal's army in 208, shortly after Marcellus was killed in Italy by another of Hannibal's ambushes. The head of Hannibal's brother, Hasdrubal, was thrown into his camp after that relief force was destroyed at the river Metaurus in 207. The Italian theater of war had all but vanished by this point. In Spain, decisive events were taking place. The Roman generals Publius and Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio attacked Carthage's Spanish territories after Hannibal had crossed the Alps into Italy. The two brothers were then killed in combat in 211. In a move never seen in Republican history, Publius Cornelius Scipio, his 24-year-old son, took their place. Although the youthful Scipio was not qualified for public office and had never held a position of authority, he was well-liked, courageous, and a skilled soldier. As soon as he assumed command, he restructured the Spanish army. He presented the pilum, a heavy spear, and the gladius, a Spanish short sword. He provided the Roman legion with a more adaptable formation by dividing them into 3 lines of 120 men each, for a total of 4,200 men per legion. This adaptable formation would later prove to be just as successful against the more rigid Greek phalanx and was ideal for Spain's rugged terrain. In order to launch a surprise attack on the Carthaginian headquarters at Nova Carthago, modern-day Cartagena, Scipio traveled 250 miles in 5 days with his new army. In 209, Scipio crossed a lagoon at low tide and took control of the city after determining that the seaward side of the town had weak defenses. By 205, Carthage had been compelled to leave Spain after the fall of Nova Carthago allowed Rome to seize control. In 205, Scipio returned to Rome and was greeted as a hero. Despite the protests of older, more conservative senators led by Fabius Maximus, he was able to secure the consulship and command of the planned Roman invasion of North Africa by riding a wave of popular support. Hannibal had not seen the city of Carthage in more than 30 years, but he was compelled to return to defend it after the Roman landing. The Numidians were won over by Scipio's diplomacy, and Hannibal did not have his customary cavalry advantage at the Battle of Zama in 202 BC. After intense combat, Scipio prevailed after the orderly Roman infantry parted ranks to let Hannibal's elephants pass through without incident. Hannibal lived to sue for terms that included the loss of all Carthaginian lands outside of North Africa and a 10,000 talent indemnity to be paid in 50 installments. Carthage survived, but its power was crippled for all time. In honor of his victory, Scipio adopted the name Africanus and celebrated the greatest victory Rome had yet seen. The Roman Republic's tenacity and the extraordinary loyalty it engendered from its Italian allies were confirmed by the Second Punic War. Rome took the punishment and crushed the opposition, just as they had in the First Punic War, despite Hannibal's incomparable brilliance and most memorable accomplishments. But there was a cost to that triumph. Rome's primarily agrarian society was unavoidably impacted by the enormous losses in manpower during the 2 wars. Although the populace would eventually recover, social upheaval and the increasing wealth brought about by Roman expansion were major factors in Rome's internal conflicts in the century that followed. The first appearance of a man whose personal power and gloria endangered the Senate's collective rule was equally important for the Republic. Scipio had barely turned 30 when he was appointed consul in 205, just prior to the Zama campaign. He was given command before more senior peers like Fabius Maximus, despite having never held any of the lower-level positions typically needed prior to the consulship. Scipio's extraordinary career, summed up by his enormous victory and the moniker Africanus, elevated the standard of competition for all senators. In retrospect, we can identify Scipio Africanus as the first Republican warlord, a man whose wealth, charm, and gloria made him a contender for the Senate. The Republican idea of collective authority remained valid as of this writing. However, others would inevitably try to match Scipio's accomplishments due to the competitive nature of the Roman elite. Julius Caesar and the Emperor Augustus were the final in a long line of warlords that arose during the final 2 centuries of the Republic. The ill-named Third Punic War was a tragic conclusion to Rome and Carthage's long-running rivalry, but it would be their last occasion in the 2nd century. Before going into exile in 1955 to avoid being turned over to Rome, Hannibal led a partial Carthaginian recovery after 202. Carthage was prohibited from engaging in any military activity as part of the conditions of its capitulation. The nearby city of Numidia took advantage of this and frequently conquered Carthaginian lands. Rome turned down all of the Carthaginian appeals. Carthage attacked Numidia in 151 BC, the year following the payment of the final indemnity installment. Marcus Porcius Cato the Elder, a hardline senator, led an embassy sent by the Romans to conduct an investigation. Cato came back convinced that Carthage was a danger. He used the well-known phrase Carthago delenda est to end all of his Senate speeches from this point on. Rome sent an army to Carthage once more in 149 BC. The Carthaginians gave up all of their weapons and 300 hostages in response to every demand. After that, the Romans ordered them to leave their homes and construct a new city 10 miles out from the coast. The Carthaginians bravely resisted for 3 years, driven to battle out of desperation. The Romans were so frustrated that they eventually appointed Publius Cornelius Scipio Aemilianus, the adopted grandson of Scipio Africanus, as consul. He was a rising champion who was too young to occupy such a position. When Carthage fell in 146, it was under his leadership. The ground itself was cursed and sown with salt. The city was destroyed, and the remaining inhabitants were forced into slavery. The Roman Republic now included Carthaginian North Africa as a province. The Republic became the dominant force in the Western Mediterranean after defeating Carthage. Roman control over Sicily and Sardinia was established following the First Punic War. Roman influence was expanded into North Africa and Spain during the Second Punic War. It was not until 146 that an African Roman province was created. Nonetheless, Rome ruled over Sardinia and Sicily from 241 and 237 respectively, and established the provinces of Further Spain and Nearer Spain in 197. The Republic used its superiority in politics, the military, and the economy to apply pressure outside the boundaries of its provinces. Roman armies persisted in their campaigns against hostile Spanish tribes and later the Celtic peoples of Gaul. But there were still people in the West who opposed Rome's rule. However, no Western adversary posed a direct threat to the Republic following Carthage's defeat. But in the ancient Mediterranean, the traditional centers of power were in the East. Even though the Greek city-states had lost their heyday by 200 BC, Greek language and culture continued to be the benchmark for civilization. The Eastern Mediterranean had been split up among a constantly changing number of kingdoms, leagues, and cities after Alexander the Great's conquests. Rome took control of this intricate Hellenistic world in the 2nd century. Roman armies crushed those who fought to protect Greek freedom, but admiration for Greek culture brought new refinement to Rome. Rome's conquests in the East, on the other hand, added to the strain on the Republic's already fragile fabric. After leaving his vast conquests to the strongest, Alexander the Great passed away in 323 BC. His empire was quickly destroyed as his generals fought for control, and by the end of the 3rd century, 3 important kingdoms had emerged: Ptolemaic Egypt, Syria under the Seleucids, and Macedon under the Antigonid dynasty. Leagues of allied cities, such as the Achaean League in the Peloponnese and the Aetolian League north of the Corinthian Gulf, dominated Greece itself. Sparta and Athens were among the few towns that maintained their independence, but their political significance had diminished. Other states included the Kingdom of Pergamum in Asia Minor and the trading island of Rhodes. Rome was nearly unprepared for the ever-evolving web of alliances and conflicts that the various states were a part of, as had been the case throughout Greek history. Few of these states could compete with the Roman Republic in terms of military might and political clout. However, the Greek East held greater importance for Rome. For centuries, Greek culture had ruled the Mediterranean, and the Greeks were acknowledged as the judges of civilization. Conquering the Greeks was not the only goal of the Romans. They wanted to be accepted by the Greeks as members of the civilized world, not as barbarians. Roman involvement in Greek affairs was significantly impacted by this desire for Greek respect. A highly ambitious senatorial elite continued to lead the Republic, which at the time remained an aggressive imperial power. The tensions that resulted were reflected in the lengthy and occasionally tragic series of events that brought the Eastern Mediterranean under. Pyrrhus's invasion of Italy in the early 3rd century marked the first direct interaction between Rome and the Hellenistic cultures of the Eastern Mediterranean. Rome only gradually started to turn its attention eastward after this bloody baptism and when confronted with the more immediate threat of Carthage. The first Roman incursion across the Adriatic Sea was restricted to the coastal region of Illyria and occurred in the years between the two major Punic Wars. Even so, Philip V, king of Macedon, became interested in Rome. Following Cannae, Philip signed a cooperation treaty with Hannibal, determined to resist Roman meddling in his domain. He did not take direct action to support Carthage, and in 205 BC, a negotiated peace brought an end to the so-called First Macedonian War. However, the king was not forgotten or pardoned by the Romans. Rome declared war on Macedon in 200 after Carthage was vanquished in 202. It is important to take a moment to reflect on the importance of Rome's choice to declare the Second Macedonian War open. Rome and its allies were worn out in 200. The Battle of Zama had only been fought 2 years prior, and the Second Punic War was almost over. The Republic now purposefully incited hostilities with Alexander's native country. Why? Both self-defense against potential Macedonian aggression and the desire for vengeance undoubtedly played a role. In Italy and Greece, where multiple cities had requested Roman assistance, Rome was also under pressure to reassure its allies of its support. Since the Greeks were protected by Rome, Philip was ordered to leave Greece in order to satisfy Rome's desire for Greek acceptance. The Roman populace, however, had no desire to engage in combat in spite of all these reasons. In 200, the Comitia Centuriata first declined to support the consul's call for a declaration of war for nearly the only time in Republican history. They promptly called a second assembly and convinced it to reconsider. However, the hesitancy exposed a faction among the current magistrates and elite that supported military action. By means of combat, they could imitate Scipio Africanus and achieve the prestige and gloria that their spirit of competition required. The Aetolian and Achaean leagues supported Rome, and the Greeks welcomed the Roman legions. The actual conflict was more complicated. The first Roman armies had little success in Macedon, a powerful kingdom. Electing the right man, even if it meant going against Republican tradition, was the answer, much like the appointment of Scipio during the Second Punic War. Titus Quinctius Flamininus was chosen to serve as consul in 198. He spoke Greek fluently and was a Philhellene, a lover of Greek culture. Therefore, Flamininus was the perfect candidate to gain Greek favor and advance Rome's reputation as a civilized city. However, he had only been a quaestor before and was only 30. Scipio's career set a precedent that threatened the republican system. Despite being a Roman nobleman, Flamininus was a sophisticated individual. He ultimately defeated Philip at the Battle of Cynocephalae in 197 because he desired military glory. Cynocephala verified the shift in power in the ancient world's military history. Scipio's adaptable legion formation outperformed the inflexible Macedonian phalanx. Everyone waited for Rome's decision after Philip left Greece. At the Isthmian Games of Corinth in 196, that choice was made. Flamininus declared the freedom of Greece in front of the gathered Greek state representatives. The following states and cities were free, without garrisons, subject to no tribute, and allowed to fully enjoy their ancestral laws after the Senate of Rome and the proconsul Titus Quinctius Flamininus defeated King Philip and the Macedonians in battle. The peoples of Corinth, Phocis, Locri, Euboea, Phthiotic Achaea, Magnesia, Arabia. The shout of joy was so loud that ravens flying overhead fell to the ground dead, according to Plutarch's Life of Flamininus. Flamininus was the first Roman noble to be worshipped as a god by the Greeks, and his cult persisted 3 centuries later during Plutarch's reign. Propaganda has used the word freedom throughout human history. In the Greek world, where individual city-states had long struggled for autonomy, and the Hellenistic kings after Alexander had always, at least nominally, embraced that ideal, the word had a special resonance. Rome did the same. Rome was unique because it fulfilled its commitments. All of the Roman forces in the Greek East had left by 194. There would be no new Roman provinces, no tribute, and no garrisons. This was partly a pragmatic issue. The Republic lacked the bureaucracy, and standing army needed to run Greece directly. However, Rome's restraint was also a sign of its respect for Greek culture, which Rome did not share with its Western neighbors. Republican armies in Spain waged wars for glory and conquest during the 2nd century. Spain has been aptly referred to as Rome's Vietnam, and the wars were marked by cruelty, destruction, and betrayal. Rome, on the other hand, first depended more on diplomacy in the Greek East. The Republic was still hesitant to impose direct rule, even though atrocities did occur and Roman power was brutal when threatened. The appearance of Rome had to be civilized, and Greek opinion was important. The declaration of 196 BC confirmed that Rome now considered the Greeks to be under its protection, even though the legions had withdrawn. Antiochus III, the Great, the most esteemed Hellenistic monarch of Seleucid Syria, was put to the test by this. Rhodes and Pergamum, Rome's allies, were intimidated by the expansionist rule of Antiochus. After Hannibal was exiled from Carthage in 195 BC, he joined him, which further alarmed the Romans. In 191 BC, Antiochus marched into Greece with the help of the Aetolian League, who had become disillusioned with Roman freedom. Rome answered right away. At Thermopylae, where the Spartans had resisted the Persians in 480 BC and fled into Syria, Antiochus was outflanked. The consul Lucius Cornelius Scipio, who had won the election partly due to the pledge made by his brother Scipio Africanus to serve with him, was pursuing him. Although Antiochus had 2 times as many soldiers as the Romans, the caliber of his army was far lower. Antiochus was destroyed at the Battle of Magnesia in 189 BC, and Hannibal was a failure as a naval leader. His 15,000 talent indemnity, which dwarfed even the one imposed on Carthage after Zama, demonstrated the enormous amount of money that prosperous Roman commanders in the East could afford. Rome confirmed its dominion over Greece and Asia Minor, but it withdrew its troops once more. Antiochus was ordered to surrender Hannibal, but he eluded capture until 183 BC, when Flamininus found him in neighboring Bithynia and chose to poison him rather than surrender to Rome. The Republic carried on the policy started by the Declaration of Freedom at Corinth for the next 20 years. There were neither Roman troops nor Roman provinces established in the Greek East. Since Rome's initial contact with the cities of Magna Graecia in southern Italy, Greek influence on Roman life has grown significantly. Greek art flooded Italy, and the Roman aristocracy placed a new value on knowing Greek literature and language. Greek instructors, whether free or in, were frequently found in Roman aristocratic homes. In Rome, the Philhellenes, under the leadership of Flamininus and Scipio Africanus, fostered the emergence of a new hybrid Greco-Roman culture. Not every Roman was receptive to Greek influence. Philhellenism was seen by some as a danger to the Republic's traditional virtues and virility. Marcus Porcius Cato the Elder, who would later advocate for the destruction of Carthage, was the most prominent of these critics. By leading the flanking attack against Antiochus at Thermopylae, replicating the Persian tactic 3 centuries earlier, Cato demonstrated that he was by no means ignorant of Greek culture. He and his followers, however, believed the Greeks were inferior because they feared their influence would taint Roman values. Philosophers from Athens sent an embassy to Rome in 155. The head of Plato's academy and a skeptic, Carneades, stirred up controversy with his public lectures, first arguing for justice and then denying it the following day. To stop Carneades from deceiving the young Romans, Cato ordered the embassy to be sent home. Although it was a small incident, it represented the conflicts in Rome, and the resistance of individuals such as Cato to Flamininus and Scipio supported the Republic's more aggressive stance against the Greeks starting in the 170s. The Romans wanted the Greeks to acknowledge their power, even though they respected Greek culture. Like Rome's Italian allies, the Greek states were free to govern themselves. But just like the allies, the Greeks were supposed to remain silent and only take action when ordered to. The Greeks thought differently. The arrival of Rome did not alter the history of the Greek world, which was marked by recurring rivalries and regional conflicts. Appeals for Roman arbitration of Greek disputes had to be sent to the Republican Senate on a regular basis. Regardless of the justice of the case, the disgruntled Romans increasingly just backed whoever first appealed to them or whatever cause suited Rome's interests. Perseus of Macedon, Philip V's son and heir, was the main casualty of Rome's self-interest. He was subjected to a number of unfair senatorial decisions that were intended to restrain Macedon. Perseus thus became a major threat in the eyes of the Romans, who looked to Macedon for leadership among those in the East who opposed Roman involvement in Greek affairs. Rome relied on the Greeks acknowledging its power in the absence of garrisons, tribute, or provincial government. The growing anti-Roman sentiment was erasing that recognition. Rome started the Third Macedonian War in 172 BC as a result. The Romans' attempt to defend their violence against the Greeks is reflected in our 2 main sources, Polybius and Livy, but it is evident that Perseus had no desire to engage in combat. Perseus immediately offered to surrender and pay an indemnity in exchange for peace after winning 2 small battles. Rome declined. Perseus lost the Battle of Pydna in 168, and Macedon had to be permanently humbled. The region of Macedonia was split up into 4 feeble republics that all paid homage to Rome after the Macedonian monarchy was overthrown. Rome had no intention of establishing provinces or annexing territory in the East, even at this point. Rome did seek acknowledgement of its dominance, and this was ruthlessly imposed following the fall of Macedon. The future historian Polybius was among the 1,000 Achaeans who were taken as hostages to Italy, while 500 prominent Aetolians were put to death. With 150,000 slaves, Epirus, former region of Epirus, suffered even more, and Rome also diminished the influence of Rhodes and Pergamum. One man, however, was perhaps the most striking example of Rome's power. Ptolemaic Egypt was invaded by Antiochus IV of Syria, while Roman attention was elsewhere. Roman envoys under Gaius Popilius Laenas met him close to Alexandria. The king asked for time to confer with his advisors after Antiochus was ordered to withdraw by the Senate. "Before you move out of this circle, give me an answer to report to the Senate," Laenas said, drawing a circle around the king with the rod he was carrying, Livy. Antiochus submitted to Rome's will. No Greek state could question or oppose Roman authority by 167 BC. As a hostage in Rome, Polybius wrote his Histories, advising his fellow Greeks to submit to Roman rule and steer clear of the fate that awaited those who opposed Rome. His sobering assessment was all too true. In 149, the Macedonian republics rose up in rebellion under Andriscus, a pretender to the throne, after 20 years of comparatively calm conditions. After the uprising was put down, Macedonia was eventually made a Roman province. Rome decided that enough was enough when the Achaean League and Sparta clashed shortly after. The Roman general Lucius Mummius ordered the destruction of Corinth in 146, the same year that Carthage was destroyed. 3 centuries later, the Greek traveler Pausanias recalled the destruction. Mummius was initially hesitant to enter Corinth despite the gates being open because he thought there might have been an ambush set up inside the walls. However, he stormed Corinth and set it on fire on the 3rd day following the battle. Mummius sold the women and children into slavery, but the Romans executed most of those discovered within. Additionally, he sold all of the freed slaves who had fought alongside the Achaeans, but had not immediately fallen on the battlefield. Mummius removed the most prized artwork and votive. The freedom accorded to the Greeks in Corinth 50 years earlier was appropriately terminated symbolically. Syria and Egypt maintained their nominal independence, and it wasn't until Augustus that Greece was formally designated as a province. However, the legacy of Alexander the Great and the Greek city-states was now under the control of the Roman Republic. Tensions between Greeks and Romans never subsided, and the rage stoked by decades of conflict and miscommunication remained simmering. But over time, the advantages for both cultures would greatly exceed the disadvantages. Later centuries saw the Greek-speaking Byzantine Empire of Constantinople proudly declare itself the heir of Rome, and Roman rule ultimately brought peace, stability, and prosperity to the Eastern Mediterranean. For their part, the Greeks contributed their literature and art to Rome, sometimes voluntarily, and gave Roman life a new lease on life and refinement. According to the Augustan poet Horace, captive Greece captured her savage conqueror, Graecia capta ferum victorem cepit. The Roman Republic's control over the Mediterranean was reaffirmed in 146 BC with the fall of Carthage and Corinth. There was still no adversary that could challenge the Senate's power or the legion's military prowess. The Republic had fallen a little over a century later. The Republic's political and social equilibrium collapsed into anarchy and civil war, and the Senate and Roman populace lost their final say in governance to the lone emperor. The Republic was actually the victim of its own success. The requirements of a tiny Italian city-state led to the evolution of the Republican Constitution. As a stable yet adaptable political system that carefully balanced individual and collective rule, it was an impressive accomplishment. However, an empire was never supposed to be ruled by that system. The Republic's political institutions and the senatorial elite's collective authority came under increasing strain as a result of expansion. Rome's social and economic institutions were equally under pressure. The world of the early Romans was small and centered on agriculture. The demands of the protracted wars with Carthage and other conflicts that raged across the Mediterranean were too much for an army of farmer soldiers on seasonal campaigns to handle. The influx of wealth and slaves that accompanied military conquests inevitably changed the agrarian Roman economy. Rome and Italy began to feel the full effects of these pressures in the 2nd century, which started the series of events that led to the fall of the Republic in the 1st century. A new generation of Roman elites was ushered in by the Second Punic War and the expansion of Roman influence into the Greek East. Scipio Africanus's extraordinary career called into question the core republican principle of senatorial equality. A Roman aristocrat had for the first time gained the power and support to defy the Senate's collective will. Scipio wouldn't be the last either. Other nobles would inevitably try to match or outperform Scipio due to the Roman elite's competitive mindset. Flamininus's victory following the proclamation of the freedom of Greece was almost as spectacular as Scipio's victory over Hannibal, which he achieved at the same young age as Philip of Macedon. By supporting his brother in the fight against Antiochus of Syria, Scipio restored his reputation. The elite was not exempt from this growing rivalry for riches and prestige. A little-known aristocrat named Gnaeus Manlius Vulso used the conflict with Antiochus as an excuse to invade Syria and the nearby region of Galatia without warning in 188 BC. On his return to Rome, Vulso received a triumph despite acting without the senator's consent. Such self-centered behavior would later become commonplace in Roman foreign policy and demonstrated how challenging it was to rein in ambitious nobility, particularly when they were located outside of Rome. The Senate's combined power could hold individual nobles accountable in the early 2nd century. Even Scipio Africanus, who protested that it was not proper for the Roman people to listen to anyone who accused Publius Cornelius Scipio, to whom his accusers owed it that they had the power of speech at all, went into voluntary exile after being asked to provide financial accounts for the war with Antiochus Livy. There was an attempt to stop future aristocrats from following in Scipio and Flamininus's footsteps. The Lex Vilia Annalis, which established the legal ages at which the various magistracies could be held, formalized the cursus honorum's traditional structure in 180 BC in. No one could serve as consul more than once, according to a later law, circa 151 BC. However, the competitive spirit of the nobility was too powerful to be restrained by the law. From the unlawful election of Scipio Aemilianus as consul during the Third Punic War, exceptional people kept appearing to challenge the Senate's hegemony. The senatorial class was not the only group impacted by the growth of Roman wealth and power. The equites, also known as knights or equestrians, emerged as a distinct social group in Roman society in the 2nd century. At first, when the Roman army was gathered, the wealthier citizens who served in the cavalry were known as equites, as the name implies. In the early Republic, there was no distinct distinction between senators and equestrians, and this included those who were born senators. As Rome's wealth increased over time, a new social class emerged that was wealthy, but did not have the same standing as the previous senatorial families. Ultimately, the senators and the Ordo Equester, the equestrian order, were legally separated in 129 BC. Unless they were elected to a magistracy and placed in the senatorial order, equestrians were not allowed to serve in the Senate. Many worked in trade and industry, which are traditionally off-limits to senators, at least in theory, if not in reality. In addition to collecting provincial taxes, equestrians were involved in construction projects. The equestrians' ascent was further aided by the fall of the great trading cities of Corinth and Carthage, and they were influential in late Republic Roman politics and society. The economic effects of expansion were even more profound for the larger populace of Rome and Italy. Similar to other ancient societies, the Roman Republic was marked by a widening wealth gap that only got worse as a result of the great conquest wars. Due to the nobility receiving a larger share of the loot, the rich became even wealthier. Rising prices and a dramatic increase in the supply of slave labor brought about by inflation hurt the poor. The glaring difference is evident from the numbers. It was possible for a Roman peasant to survive on 240 sesterces annually. However, the traditional minimum wealth for a senator was 1 million sesterces, and a member of the equestrian order was expected to own property worth over 400,000 sesterces. The rise of the warlords may seem more exciting than such mathematics, but the economic effects of expansion were just as dangerous to the republic's stability and unity. The wealthy invested their newly acquired resources in their estates in a society where agriculture was the primary source of wealth. Slaves assisted in the cultivation of grapes and olives for the commercial production of wine and olive oil, and they supplied labor for larger fields, wide lands. As Spartacus would show in the early 1st century, slave revolts became a threat due to the high number of slaves. 150,000 were taken from Epirus alone in 167 BC. Significantly, the Roman and Italian small farmers who formed the core of the Republican army were under pressure from the expansion of noble estates and slave labor, as well as a slow increase in the population. Those who were unable to own land moved to Rome and the towns, where they added to the tumultuous Roman urban gang. Furthermore, people without land were no longer able to serve in the army since they did not have the property required to be eligible for the assidui or military service. It is challenging to determine the precise scope of the Republic's social crisis in the 2nd century, based on the scant available data. In fact, not all small farmers vanished, and Rome was able to muster sizable armies when necessary, as was the case in 146 BC. However, the recruitment of soldiers did become problematic. In 151 and 137 BC, the tribunes of the plebs imprisoned the consuls due to the strong opposition to the military levy caused by the ongoing wars in Spain. Rome's success also depended on the loyalty and manpower of its Italian allies, who were not happy. They were asked to supply troops for longer and farther-reaching conflicts, and although they got a piece of the spoils, they were not given any political influence. The unpredictability of the urban mob and the rise of equestrians who wanted a bigger say in public affairs exacerbated the unhappiness. The tensions only needed to be ignited by a spark. That spark was ignited in 133 BC when Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus was elected tribune of the plebs. Born around 163 BC, Tiberius Gracchus was descended from the highest echelons of the Republic. Cornelia, the daughter of Scipio Africanus, was his mother, and his father of the same name served as consul twice. As a result, the young Tiberius was under tremendous pressure to succeed. The consulship and military triumph were the traditional routes to gloria. However, Tiberius deliberately chose to use the position of tribune to further social reform. On his way to Spain, Tiberius traveled through northern Italy, according to his younger brother Gaius. He observed that the native population had left the country and that the people who tended the flocks and tilled the soil were enslaved barbarians. Tiberius came up with a straightforward but creative solution. When he was elected tribune in 133 BC, he suggested that land be distributed to small farmers who were unemployed. This would, in effect, reduce urban mobs, ease social tensions, and improve army recruitment. He wanted to accomplish this by redistributing the ager publicus, which is state-owned land that was taken during Rome's previous conquests in Italy and rented to the nobility. Although this limit had long been disregarded, it was legally forbidden for any Roman to own more than 500 hegera, 312.5 acres, of public land. All land held beyond the limit would be seized by Tiberius, who planned to distribute it among the unemployed smallholders in blocks of 30 hegera, which is 20 acres. The wealthy would not be able to buy back the land because these blocks would be unalienable. In a traditional agricultural society, any attempt to interfere with land ownership was met with great alarm. Families had owned a large portion of the public land for many generations, and it had been sold, inherited, and even used for family burials. The senatorial nobility, who stood to lose the most, opposed Tiberius above all else. Tiberius turned to the concilium plebis, the popular assembly, and used the tribune's legislative authority after failing to persuade the Senate to approve his bill. Although the Senate has historically approved laws in advance, this was not unlawful. Furthermore, Tiberius was still opposed in the assembly by his fellow tribunes, who were once more nobles. One, Marcus Octavius, enforced the veto of his tribune. "A tribune must serve the people," Tiberius responded, saying that if he annuls the people's powers, he ceases to be a tribune at all. Octavius was removed from office and dragged from the assembly, which was unprecedented in a system that relied on precedent, and Tiberius's agrarian Lex Sempronia was made law. It was impossible to enforce the new law. Records were inadequate, land markings were hazy, and Tiberius was continuously blocked. In desperation, he sought help from an unlikely source. King At of Pergamum passed away in the middle of 133 BC without leaving any heirs, leaving his realm to Rome. Tiberius ruled that the people would determine how the new province of Asia was organized after seizing Attalus' treasury to finance his land redistribution. Tiberius's actions put the entire Roman government in jeopardy because the Senate had always controlled foreign policy and finances. There were rumors that Tiberius wanted personal power and even wanted to become the infamous king. He then ran for re-election as a tribune in order to carry out his reforms. Rejecting the Republican idea of yearly magistracies was the last straw. When he stood for re-election, rioting broke out. More than 300 people were slain, and a senatorial mob knocked Tiberius down, throwing his body into the Tiber. Tiberius's agrarian reform program fell apart after his death. When Tiberius's younger brother Gaius, born 154 BC, followed his example and was elected tribune, it was brought back to life in 123 BC. Given that his brother's fate was in his hands, Gaius's bravery was undeniable. Nevertheless, he decided to pursue reform. Similar to Tiberius, Gaius advocated for land redistribution to support small farmers, but his ideas were far more comprehensive and had an effect on all facets of Republican society. He established a fixed price at which the state would sell grain in order to aid Rome's expanding urban poor. Republican Rome lacked organized welfare or charity, and the later satirist Juvenal immortalized the value of providing food and entertainment for the populace as the bread and circuses of the Roman Empire. Additionally, Gaius supported the nascent equestrian order. He arranged the Roman provinces' tax farming, in which equestrian businesses paid the state a predetermined amount and then managed tax collection, keeping any profits. He also delegated authority to the equestrians over the criminal courts, which had previously been run by senatorial juries. This stopped senators from abusing the courts, but it allowed equestrians to enter the provinces, where they could and did bring charges against honorable senatorial governors who attempted to stop their exploitation. Due to his extensive program, Gaius was able to gain so much prestige that, in contrast to Tiberius, he was able to run for re-election as tribune in 122 BC. He also incited the Senate's enmity more than Tiberius did. Senatorial authority was threatened by Gaius's appeal to the urban populace and the equestrian order, and his reputation once more resulted in charges of excessive ambition. Gaius's popularity was gradually eroded by the Senate. Gaius had to look for new allies because other noble tribunes were used to oppose or outbid his policies. Therefore, He suggested a law that would grant the Italian allies full Roman citizenship. The Roman plebs and nobility opposed the law because they were afraid of competition for jobs and food, even though it would have reduced the tensions that were growing in Italy. Gaius's position was further undermined by his failure, and another large-scale riot was caused when he appeared in armor during the 121 BC elections. The first-ever Senatus Consultum Ultimum, the Senate's final decree, was passed by the Senate, granting the consuls the power to take any necessary action to protect the Republic. Gaius himself committed suicide, and 3,000 of his supporters were slain. The person who brought Gaius's head was promised its weight in gold. However, before he could claim the reward, he first took out the brain and added molten lead. The statues of the Gracchi were revered like the gods' shrines, and later generations recalled them as champions of the Roman people. But the issues that Tiberius and Gaius had attempted to address persisted, and the senatorial government's stability was threatened by their contentious careers. Thus, the Gracchi signaled the start of the turbulent century that ultimately resulted in the fall of the Republic. The next generation of warlords challenged the Senate's collective authority as a result of a series of military crises brought on by simmering tensions over landholding, army recruitment, and allied rights. The Jugurthine War, 112 to 105 BC, was the first crisis to occur. Numidia, which borders the Roman province of Africa, was ruled by Jugurtha. The Republic had to respond to his insult in 112, when he ordered the massacre of the local Roman and Italian traders. Jugurtha was not a serious military threat to Rome. His exploit of Roman corruption was legendary, as evidenced by his infamous statement that Rome is a city up for sale, and its days are numbered should it find a buyer. The war continued to drag on due to the incapacity and greed of the senatorial generals who were sent against him, until Gaius Marius was elected consul and assumed command in 107. The first member of his family to become a consul, Marius was a novus homo. His standing as an accomplished soldier was the reason he was elected. Simultaneously, he had wed Julia, Julius Caesar's aunt, who was from the ancient but politically irrelevant Julian clan. Although Jugurtha's army was routed quickly, the war came to an end in 105 when Lucius Cornelius Sulla, Marius' rival and subordinate, captured the king. As the African War was gradually coming to an end, Rome faced a much more serious threat from the north. Mass German tribes migrated into northern Italy and Gaul in the latter part of the 2nd century. These were the first of many waves of Germanic tribes that migrated into Roman territory as a result of pressures further east, and they were reportedly over 300,000 strong. They were not raiding warriors, but entire migrant peoples. Roman armies suffered a string of devastating losses at the hands of the Cimbri and Teutones, which culminated in the death of 80,000 Roman soldiers at Orange in 105 BC, a loss even worse than Cannae a century earlier. Marius celebrated his victory over Jugurtha upon his return from Africa during this emergency. By popular demand, he was elected consul every year from 104 to 100. And he was hailed as Rome's savior. The yearly Republican magistracies were ridiculed by 5 consecutive consulships. Nevertheless, in 2 decisive victories at Aix-en-Provence in 102 and Vercellae in 101, Marius destroyed the German tribes, thereby justifying the faith of the populace. The stakes of Roman noble competition were raised when Marius gained unprecedented status from the Gloria, who admired his accomplishments and his dominance of the consulship. The first of the great warlords who ruled the Republic's final century was Marius. But in the long run, Marius's restructuring of the Republican army was just as significant as his career. Marius recruited anyone willing to serve during his campaigns in Africa and against the Germans. This included those without land, the capital censi, or head count. in addition to those who were diligent and satisfied the traditional property requirement. As a result, Rome gained a truly uniform professional army for the first time. Because they had no land to cultivate, Marius's new soldiers could serve for long stretches of time under strict discipline and training. The state provided them all with the same equipment because they were impoverished. Known as Marian mules, the men marched in bulky legionary armor while toting the Spanish gladius, 2 pila, and a 25-kilogram pack. Marius invented the weak nail attachment on one of the 2 spears, which caused the head to bend when it struck a target and prevented the spear from being thrown back. Marius also made changes to the army's formation. The more inflexible Macedonian phalanx and the elephants at Zama had been easily defeated by Scipio Africanus's 120-man maniple. The 600-man cohort, a denser body of men better equipped to withstand massed Germanic charges, now served as the basic army unit in place of the smaller maniple. The Roman Empire's renowned legions arose from these reforms. A strong, well-trained infantry army was created by the Marian reforms. They also signified the demise of the ancient Roman citizen militia concept. At the conclusion of their service, Marius's landless volunteers were promised a farm to entice new members. The general to whom the new soldiers pledged allegiance was in charge of keeping that pledge. As a result, the armies grew devoted to their general rather than the Senate or the Roman government. The Senate had maintained the Republic's collective leadership and kept a check on notable figures like Scipio Africanus earlier in the 2nd century. Private armies emerged to serve men who were motivated to vie for fame and prestige as a result of the social and economic pressures that the Gracchi had failed to address. Marius, who was more of a soldier than a politician, was not the one who took advantage of the new opportunity. Another of the unresolved tensions of the 2nd century gave Marius the opportunity he sought, and it was Lucius Cornelius Sulla, his rival. The position of Rome's Italian allies had been a source of contention during the crises of the preceding 30 years. By 100 BC, 2/3 of the army was Italian, and many of Marius's recruits were Italians rather than Roman citizens. In Rome, however, they were still denied political rights. Italian demands for a portion of Roman citizenship became increasingly adamant until the social war, Socii, allies, broke out in 91 BC as a result of the assassination of their champion, the tribune Marcus Livius Drusus. Rome first struggled against a large number of enemies who were armed and trained according to Roman principles. Luckily for the Romans, the majority of the allies sought to compel concessions rather than destroy Rome. 88. When Rome at last gave in to the demands of the allies, the fighting instantly stopped. In retrospect, the Italians' arduous triumph in their fight for Roman citizenship was a pivotal moment in the establishment of a long-lasting empire. The Mediterranean region came together under the aegis of Roman identity, as the rights accorded to the Italians were progressively extended to all of Rome's subject peoples over the ensuing centuries. Through a string of triumphs in southern Italy during the Social War, Sulla replaced Marius as the leading general of Rome. Just as Rome was being warned of a new foe, King Mithridates of Pontus on the Black Sea, he was elected consul at the end of the war. The army assembled to repel the Mithridates' invasion of the Roman province of Asia was placed under Sulla's command. The events that followed were ominous for the Republic's future. A radical tribune by the name of Sulpicius Rufus passed a law giving Marius command over Sulla before Sulla could depart for the east. Sulla had to decide between civil war and political oblivion, just like Caesar did on the banks of the Rubicon 40 years later. Sulla, like Caesar, refused to give up. A Roman army invaded Rome for the first time in Republican history. The Marian reforms and Roman noble ambition inevitably led to Sulla's march on Rome. Sulla urged his soldiers to fight to protect his honor because he wanted fame and prominence. Those soldiers relied on him for the promised land grants and were loyal to him rather than the state. The warlord with his private army was beyond the reach of the Senate's collective authority, which was already eroded by the demands of expansion and the Gracchi challenge. The future of the Republic now depended on individual generals whose spirit of competition and desire for dominance could not be contained. The Republic had started to fall apart. The story of the Roman Republic's rise and fall is remarkable. Rome's transformation from a tiny city-state to the Mycenaean Empire, however, was more than just a tale of political upheaval and military conquest. Beyond the marching legions and senatorial arguments, literature and art vividly depict the ancient Roman world. From the early playwrights Plautus and Terence to the great generation of Catullus, Cicero and Caesar, Republican writers' voices have persisted into the present day. The praise that Republican art merits has not always been given to its quality. Nevertheless, it can be seen in many of the best paintings and statue busts that have been preserved in the buried town of Pompeii. These accomplishments are noteworthy in and of themselves, and they set the stage for the Roman cultural heyday under the first emperor, Augustus. Rome's early years are obscured by the past in both political and military history as well as culture. Before the 3rd century, there is no evidence of Roman literary activity, and although there was undoubtedly artistic achievement, not much of it has survived the ages. It is safe to say that Roman culture, like all other facets of Roman life, was influenced from the outset by the customs of the surrounding peoples. Early influences came from the Etruscans in the north and the Greeks in the south, and as Greece's influence in the Greek-speaking East increased, so did its cultural influence on Rome. Rome's culture, however, remained unique. Here, as elsewhere, we acknowledge the unique Roman talent for assimilating and transforming other people's traits into something fresh and distinctively Roman. Latin literature's beginnings attest to that assimilation and transformational genius. Our scant evidence suggests that writing from the 3rd century was used in Rome for legal and religious formulas, as well as record-keeping. The elite were the only ones who could read, and local dramatic productions and games served as public entertainment. The introduction of literature to Rome from the Greek cities of southern Italy marked the beginning of the extensive Latinization of classical Greek works and genres. Livius Andronicus, the first Latin poet we know by name, was a Greek from Tarentum, circa 280 do 200. After being taken as a slave to Rome, Andronicus was set free and earned a living as a playwright and teacher. Although only a small portion of his writings have survived, it is easy to determine his primary inspiration. Andronicus's tragic plays also heavily reference the tales and heroes of the Trojan War, and his Latin translation of Homer's Odyssey was taught in Roman schools for centuries. The emergence of Roman comedy provided a new outlet for the following generation's reliance on Greek models and inspiration. The two comedic playwrights, Publius Terentius Afer, circa 195 to 159, and Titus Macius Plautus, circa 254 to 184, are the early Latin authors from whom the greatest amount of material has survived. Although Terence was a slave born in North Africa and Plautus was from Umbria, both had a significant influence on Roman culture despite not being born in Rome. Together with all 6 of Terence's known plays, about 21 of Plautus's plays, just under half of his original output, remain largely intact. Their works served as a wealth of knowledge about Republican society and values and were performed at state games and at the funerary celebrations of prominent families. However, once more, their plays were based on Greek originals. The prologue of Miles Gloriosus, The Swaggering Soldier, one of Plautus's most well-known plays, gives us an idea of how that adaptation was accomplished. I'll tell you about the plot and the title of the play you're about to see on this joyous and festive occasion, now that you're all settled. This play is called Alazon, the Braggart in Greek, and Gloriosus translated it into Latin. Ephesus is this town, My lord and master is the soldier you saw leaving for the forum. In addition, he is a vile perjurer, boastful, conceited, adulterer, and dirty liar. The Greek-speaking city of Ephesus in Asia Minor served as the setting for Plautus' play, which was based on a lost Greek original. The haughty mercenary soldier's name, Pyrgopolonices, roughly mighty conqueror of fortresses, and his title character were more Greek than Roman. However, Palaestrio, the slave who gives the prologue and plans the soldier's demise, is the play's main character. A recurrent Plautine figure that plays a larger role in his works than in their Greek counterparts and appeals to Plautus's Roman audience is the clever slave. Alongside the vulgarity and slapstick that define his plays, Plautus's choice of moral emphasis also fits his Roman setting. Shakespeare's "The Comedy of Errors and a Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum" are just two examples of the hybrid Roman-Greek drama that results, and its influence extends well beyond its Republican origins. Roman historiography, like drama, got its start with the Greeks, who came up with the word historia, which means inquiry. Around 200 BC, Quintus Fabius Pictor, a senator who participated in the Second Punic War, became the first Roman to write a history of Rome. Remarkably, he wrote in Greek rather than Latin. By this point, several Greek histories of Rome had already been written, and the Trojan War and the exploits of Aeneas and other Homeric heroes were the original sources of Roman ancestry. Such stories were embraced and developed by Romans such as Fabius Pictor. Although Pictor's work has since been lost, he incorporated the local Italian fables that served as the basis for the myth of Romulus and Remus with Rome's association with Aeneas. This blending of Greek and Italian traditions gave rise to the Roman understanding of their historical identity and place of origin. A Greek conception of antiquity was based on the Greek terms used by Fabius Pictor to tell the story of Rome. Nevertheless, he upheld Rome's distinct position in the larger Mediterranean world, and his ideals remained Roman. Prior to Fabius Pictor, the only Republican historical sources were the magistracy and significant event records maintained by the priestly college of pontifices, as well as the family records of the great noble houses, which were somewhat prone to self-glorification. Eventually, Latin historical writing started in the early 2nd century. As a poet, rather than a prose historian, Quintus Ennius, circa 239-c. 169, wrote an epic work called Annales that chronicled the history of Rome from the fall of Troy to his own time. Like Fabius Pictor, Ennius blended Homeric legends with Roman customs, and near the poem's opening, he praised himself as the reincarnation of Homer, who had come to him in a dream. Until Virgil's Aeneid replaced it, the Annales served as Rome's national epic. Unfortunately, Ennius's work is once more mostly lost, and is only remembered today thanks to passages that have been cited by other writers. Qui vincit non est victor nisi victus faster. The victor is not victorious if the vanquished does not consider himself so, is arguably the most well-known quote from a man who experienced the Second Punic War. The well-known name of Marcus Porcius Cato the Elder, 234 to 149, is the final great name of the early years of Latin literature. The first Latin prose history of Rome was written by the conservative Cato, known for his hatred of Greek culture. Origins was the title of his now fragmented work, which was started after 170. Determined to preserve republican principles, Cato preferred to refer to military leaders by rank rather than name, and stressed the importance of service to the state over the individual. Nevertheless, he continued to exalt his accomplishments in spite of Cato's distaste for Hellenism, and he linked Roman ancestry to Aeneas and the Trojan War. Cato's commitment to upholding Roman customs and values was not unique. By the 2nd century, the Roman nobility was expected to adhere to the Republic's ideals and possess knowledge of Greek literature and language. Satire, the one literary form that the Romans claimed as their own without Greek influence, provided literary expression for this determination. Satire provided a modern commentary on the Republic's quickly evolving world by fusing literary parody, moral judgment, and biting social and political criticism. Gaius Lucilius died. 102 BC, a friend of Scipio Aemilianus, who had assembled a literary circle around himself, was the first authentic Roman satirist. The genre Lucilius created endured, but only fragments of his verse satires remain. The sayings "bread and circuses" and "who guards the guards themselves" came from the works of Juvenal, arguably the best of the Roman satirists, and the Augustan poet Horace, both of whom Lucilius served as models for. The first century was the pinnacle of Rome's cultural history under the Republic. Latin literature reached new heights thanks to brilliant writers, even as the Republican system itself fell apart in civil war. Gaius Valerius Catullus, circa 84 to 54 BC, achieved a power that would be striking in any age by fusing common expressions with subtly Greek references in his lyric poetry. Catullus drew inspiration from Sappho of Lesbos, the most notable female poet in antiquity, as well as the elegant Hellenistic poetry of Alexandria. Even though he could use the most offensive language to discuss sexuality, he had a deep understanding of the psychology of love that he had gained via difficult experiences. One of his shortest but most powerful poems, to paraphrase, "Nescio, sed fieri sentio et excrucior, quare id faciam, fortasse requiris et amo." I love and I hate. And I'm not sure how, if you ask me. I am split in two, and I only feel it. The woman Catullus named Lesbia, a pseudonym derived from Sappho, was his main source of inspiration and torture. It likely disguised the identity of Quintus Metellus Celer's wife, Clodia Metelli. Clodia is well known from Cicero's damning speech. Among other questionable actions, she was charged with incest with her brother Publius Clodius, Cicero's bitterest adversary, and poisoning her husband. Lesbia represented pain, love, and lust for Catullus. He counted the number of kisses she needed to satiate his desire, as many as the grains of sand or stars in the sky, and lamented the death of the pet sparrow she played with. However, he prayed for her release and condemned her adultery. "Live with your 300 lovers, open your legs to them all at once." Poem 11. I no longer hope or desire for my love to return, nor do I beg the moon for Lesbia to be chaste. I pray that the gods will heal me of this illness and make me whole again because I was once whole. Catullus's poems are appealing because their themes cut to the core of the human condition. His writings shed light on Rome's vibrant social life, which political narratives often obscure, while making only passing references to the conflicts of the Republic's final years. Marcus Tullius Cicero, 106 to 43 BC, our other main guide to that world, was much more politically minded than Catullus, but his extensive writings are even more valuable for bringing Rome to life. Of all the men and women in the lengthy history of ancient Rome, we know the most about Cicero's life and personality. In addition, he was a key player in the momentous events of those years and our most valuable source for the final years of the Republic. Above all, Cicero's writings reach us as human beings to a greater extent than any of his contemporaries, such as Pompeius Magnus or Julius Caesar. Despite his flaws and inconsistencies, he was an idealistic, moral, and occasionally brave man who sacrificed his life to protect the failing Republic. Like Gaius Marius, Cicero, also known as Chickpea, was a novus homo and was born in Arpinum, which is southwest of Rome. He was never a good soldier, unlike Marius, and this was unusual for a Roman new man. Cicero's talent as an orator was what made him famous. Before the emergence of contemporary mass media, public speaking was a crucial ability, and Cicero was the best orator Rome had ever produced. He gave a powerful speech near the end of his life, and Julius Caesar, who was regarded as Rome's second greatest orator, dropped the papers he was carrying in shock. Over 50 of Cicero's speeches have survived, demonstrating his skill and offering a valuable window into the complex workings of republican politics, society, and law. With the prosecution of Gaius Verus, the dishonest senatorial governor of Sicily who had abused his position to plunder the province, Cicero made a splash in Roman politics in 70 BC. Verus's defense team was led by Quintus Hortensius Hortalus, who was the most prominent trial orator of his era. However, Hortensius resigned, and Verus went into voluntary exile as a result of Cicero's opening remarks and the deluge of witnesses and evidence he presented. Cicero first outlined the political platform he would follow throughout his career at Verus' trial. He was essentially a conservative who supported the Republic's established institutions and the Senate's collective leadership. But he was also an idealist who disregarded the shortcomings of the conventional Republican system because he so greatly admired it. The corruption that developed among the Roman elite as the government structure was unable to meet the demands of ruling the Mediterranean was mirrored in Verus' abuses. In the De Re Publica, a now fragmented work based on Plato's Republic, Cicero outlined his vision of Rome. It was finished in 51 BC. A Senate that governed with seeming moral authority directed the aspirations of the individual nobility and led a subdued, quiet populace. Cicero made no attempt to address the socio-economic issues of the 2nd century, the urban mob, or the private armies of warlords such as Marius and Sulla. He merely assumed that such a system would guarantee peace. His state was not a reality. It was an ideal. However, Cicero cannot be written off as a mere philosopher. Although he was a key contributor to the translation of Greek philosophical concepts into Latin, he modified his Greek models to suit Roman purposes, much like Plautus and Catullus in their respective disciplines. Specifically, Cicero worked much harder than Plato to realize his dream. Cicero, like the majority of his contemporaries, believed that political and ethical philosophy were inextricably linked. Political reform necessitated moral reform since political decline was perceived as a result of moral decline. As a result, Cicero provided helpful guidance on surviving in a turbulent world. Cicero used the morality of ancient Rome to inform proper conduct in the present in his final treatise, On Duties, 44 to 43 BC. Serving the state is the greatest good, and standing up to a tyrant is the best service one can give to the state. Written shortly after Caesar was assassinated, Cicero's argument that it is not only necessary but also morally right to kill those who seek autocratic power has a strong contemporary undertone. Cicero's ideas about a proper moral Roman life and his vision of the Republic are made clear in his speeches and treatises. The man himself is not shown by them. To do this, we need to read Cicero's letters, which are the most valuable legacy he left for future generations. From the final 25, more than 800 letters have survived. Many belong to Titus Pomponius's Atticus, Cicero's closest friend and confidant, so named because he loved and frequently resided in Athens. Although he initially deleted his responses, Atticus was instrumental in arranging for the letters to be published following Cicero's passing. From his changing relationships with Pompeius and Caesar to his savage joy at Caesar's death and the end of his dictatorship, how I should like you to have invited me to that most gorgeous banquet on the Ides of March. Cicero's letters allow us to witness his reactions to events as they happen without the benefit of hindsight or subsequent editing. The philosopher and orator, with all his flaws, is exposed in his letters. He is weak, unsure, conceited, spiteful, and frequently makes poor decisions about both himself and other people. However, he is also bright, kind, idealistic, and occasionally heroic. Even though he occasionally knew that he fell short, he made an effort to live up to his principles, and in the end, he sacrificed his life for them. The Second Triumvirate, which was composed of Marcus Antonius and Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, later Emperor Augustus, ordered Cicero's death 1.5 years after Caesar's. But the appropriate epitaph for Cicero was written by Augustus. He picked up the book to study after noticing his grandson reading one of Cicero's works and then handed it back, saying, "A learned man, my child, a learned man and a lover of his country." The works of Plautus, Catullus, and Cicero offer us the most easily accessible window into the Roman world over the more than 2,000 years that separate us from the Roman Republic. For non-specialists, the evidence of material culture, art, and architecture is more disjointed and challenging to understand. Nonetheless, it is a crucial component of Rome's cultural accomplishments and equally important to our comprehension of the physical surroundings in which Roman women and men lived. Much of it has been lost to time or is hidden beneath the Roman Empire's later monuments. However, the Republic has left behind both extremely beautiful and useful works. Republican art and architecture, like all other facets of Roman culture, drew from a wide range of external sources while maintaining its unique Roman identity. Physical remnants of ancient Rome are scarce. Although the accompanying infants were added during Pope Sixtus IV's reign, 1471 to 84, the bronze Capitoline wolf, figure 1, is most likely Etruscan in craftsmanship. Etruscan influence on Roman material culture was widespread. While the Etruscans were also renowned for their decorated pottery, statues, and sarcophagi made from local terracotta, early Italy had no accessible source of marble. Roman house and temple designs were based on Etruscan models. The Greeks served as an inspiration to the Etruscans, and Greek culture's growing influence on the Republic is evident in both literature and art. Some of the best work of the Republican era was motivated by the adaptation of these outside influences to Rome's evolving needs. One of the Romans' greatest contributions to ancient civilization was their skill in architecture. That contribution was, in part, very functional. Rome's 3 greatest accomplishments, according to the Greek Dionysius of Halicarnassus, were the aqueducts, the paved roads, and the construction of the sewers. These structures were not particularly Roman inventions, but the Romans elevated them to new levels of efficiency and design. In addition to using concrete extensively, which was easier to obtain in Italy than high-quality cut stone and didn't require skilled labor, the Romans employed existing architectural elements, especially arches and vaults, on a new scale. Today, only a small portion of the Republic's architectural creations can be recreated. The surviving monuments of ancient Rome mostly exalt Augustus and the succeeding emperors, while the homes of common people leave little physical trace. We can, however, get a sense of the context in which Republican history took place. The forum at the base of the Capitoline Hill, where the Senate convened and magistrates carried out their civic responsibilities, continued to be Rome's urban center. Monuments honored Roman accomplishments and the heroes of earlier generations in the vicinity of the Forum and along the victorious Via Sacra. Republican social and political life was infused with the splendors of the past, which increased the pressure on current generations to follow in the footsteps and outperform their forebears. Roman piety and noble rivalry are reflected in it. The temple was the most distinctive type of public architecture during the Republic. The Etruscan Italian model used by Roman temples was very different from that of ancient Greek temples. Only the general layout of the Capitoline Hill's Jupiter Temple, Rome's most well-known temple, can currently be recreated. In contrast to most Greek temples that were built on a lower base and could be approached from any direction, this temple was situated on a high podium and had to be approached up a flight of steps at the front. Here, the triumphant celebration reached its climax when the returning general presented Jupiter with a sacrifice in appreciation for his victory. With Rome's growth and the resulting wealth, its temples multiplied. Building a temple was the perfect way for the nobility to publicly celebrate their achievements and express gratitude to the gods for their favor. Legend has it that the original temple of Castor and Pollux in the Roman Forum was constructed in remembrance of the assistance the divine twins had provided to Rome during the early 5th century Battle of Lake Regillus. A few columns from the temple's subsequent reconstruction under Emperor Tiberius are still standing. Nobles used the money they earned from the war to dedicate more temples. A circular temple remains in the Forum Boarium in the middle of the 2nd century, figure 6. Although there is disagreement over the precise identity of this temple and its deity, it was most likely dedicated to Hercules Victor by Lucius Mummius, who destroyed Corinth in 146 BC. If accurate, it is somewhat ironic that his temple is the oldest marble structure still standing in Rome, and the first to be known to have Corinthian-style columns. The Roman aristocracy celebrated their achievements with monuments other than temples. While all of Rome's surviving honorific arches date from the imperial era, the triumphal arch was a republican invention. The most notable republican arch was built by Scipio Africanus on the road leading up the Capitoline Hill. As the level of noble rivalry increased throughout the 1st century, more peculiar monuments emerged. In contrast to the temporary wooden structures that were previously in use, the first permanent theater in Rome was the Theater of Pompey, which Pompeius Magnus started in 55 BC. This theater was merely one component of a much larger complex that also included a temple dedicated to Venus Victrix, Pompeius's patron goddess, and numerous pictures commemorating his accomplishments. Here, in 44 BC, Julius Caesar would be killed under the statue of his rival. The scale of Caesar's monument was even larger. In addition to the expansive Forum Romanum, he started the Forum of Julius Caesar, which features a temple dedicated to Venus Genitrix, the Julian family's ancestress, at one end. An additional forum was practically required due to Rome's growing population and the demands of running an empire, but Caesar's forum foreshadowed the imperial age in both scope and ambition. His adopted son Augustus finished the forum, which had been left unfinished when Caesar was killed. He would later dedicate his own forum and declare without much exaggeration that, "I found Rome built of bricks. I leave her clothed in marble." Roman art, like architecture, evolved as a result of the interplay between noble competition and outside influences. Despite being a delicate medium, painting has surprisingly survived Republican Rome. Rome is home to a few damaged examples, such as the Esquilin historical fragment, figure 2, the oldest wall painting in Rome. The fragment, which dates to around the 3rd century BC, commemorates a Roman general from the Fabian family who defeated the Samnites. The triumphal scene was painted in his tomb. However, the tragedy that befell Pompeii and Herculaneum with the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in AD 79 is responsible for the greatest treasures of Republican painting. It is easy to forget that a large portion of the art preserved by the ash and pumice that buried Pompeii dates to Republican times, given that the tragedy took place more than a century after the fall of the Republic. We can reconstruct the development of Roman painting in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC, mainly from the evidence found at Pompeii. Rome's increasing wealth and the universal human desire for the less fortunate to imitate the more fortunate led to the development of the first or masonry style of Roman painting. In the 2nd century, opulent villas with pricey marble fixtures began to appear in Italy. Painted plaster became the alternative for those who could not afford pricey marble. In order to simulate colored stone, rectangular panels were embellished. The second, or architectural style, which peaked in the 1st century, is more striking to contemporary eyes. This style included mythological scenes and figural characters, as well as images of colonnades and other architectural elements to create the illusion of depth and a view that stretched into the distance. Numerous magnificent architectural depictions from the owner's bedroom, the little-known Publius Fannius Sinistor, can be found in the exquisitely preserved villa at Bosco Real near Pompeii, which dates from the very end of the Republican period, figure 10. The images that inspired the name of Pompeii's Villa of the Mysteries are arguably the most well-known. Dionysus cult rituals are shown against a deep red background, with one woman being whipped and another dancing nude while slamming her cymbals, figure 5. These pictures present a picture of Roman life that is very different from the political and military accounts found in our literary sources. Although sculpture in Rome has a long history, the majority of the evidence we have comes from the 1st and 2nd centuries. Just like with paintings, some older terracotta statues that are based on Etruscan models are still in existence. Still, following the sack of Syracuse in 211 and Corinth in 146, large marble and bronze statues arrived in Rome. Those who were unable to own the originals commissioned copies, establishing a new industry that supplied opulent villas, and owning such works became a status symbol. Scholars attempting to reconstruct lost Greek masterpieces, like Polykleitos Doryphoros, spear-bearer, and Myron's Discobolos, discus thrower, have found great value in these Roman copies. They also confirm Rome's long-standing appreciation of Greek culture. But the Romans were much more than obedient copycats of the Greeks, even in the realm of sculpture. In Roman life, sculpture held particular importance, especially portraits of living people. A nobleman was further encouraged to imitate the accomplishments of the past by the wax representations of his ancestors that were displayed in his home's atrium and carried during funeral processions. The value placed on such images as symbols of traditional Roman virtues is reflected in Roman marble portraits. Roman portraits show older, mature men with lined, battle-hardened faces, signifying Roman virtue and auctoritas, in contrast to the classical Greek ideals of symmetry and youthful beauty. This distinctively Roman portraiture style is frequently referred to as veristic, even though the features depicted still represent an ideal rather than the actual likeness of a particular person. The busts of Pompeius and Caesar, figure 11, are among the first Republican portraits that can be positively identified. The angular, aristocratic Julius Caesar stands in stark contrast to Pompeius Magnus's broad face and Alexander the Great-like frontal hairstyle. Anchises, the father of Aeneas, foretold the fate of Rome in a frequently cited passage from Virgil's Aeneid. Some will more delicately hammer a living likeness out of bronze, coaxing living faces. Plot the movements in the sky with their gauge, tell the rising of the constellations, and plead causes from the marble with greater skill. It is your skill to graft tradition onto peace, to show mercy to the conquered, and to wage war until the arrogant are brought low. But you, Roman, must never forget that you must lead the nations by your authority. The Roman cultural achievement is not adequately represented in Anchises. The Greek genius was acknowledged and admired by the Romans themselves, and Republican Rome could never match its scope. The Republic did, however, have its genius for literature, art, government, and conquest. The writings of Plautus and Cicero, as well as the paintings of Pompey, reflect Roman values and depict the living Roman world, drawing from a variety of sources. The golden age of Augustan culture, which cleared the way for the Roman Empire's colossal splendor, would not have existed without that Republican legacy. Few historical eras have held greater appeal for succeeding generations than the tragic final years of the Roman Republic. In an orgy of bloodshed, the greatest power the ancient world had yet encountered fell upon itself. The first of the line of warlords who ruled the late Republic was born during the crises of the 2nd century, which also weakened the Senate's collective authority. Marcus Licinius Crassus, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, and Gaius Julius Caesar formed the first triumvirate, succeeding Lucius Cornelius Sulla and Gaius Marius. The alliance between Caesar and Pompeius broke down into a civil war following the death of Crassus, from which Caesar prevailed. The failing republic was not saved by his murder on the Ides of March 44 BC. Marcus Junius Brutus and his fellow liberators plunged Rome into yet another decade of civil war with their desperate action. At last, in 31 BC, Caesar's adopted son Gaius Julius Caesar Octavius defeated Marcus Antonius and Cleopatra at Actium. 4 years later, when the Roman Republic gave way to the Roman Empire, he adopted the name Augustus. In retrospect, it is easy to see the Republic's downfall as nearly inevitable, an unavoidable descent from an unsupportable peak. The events that transpired were not significantly influenced by any outside threats. The internal conflicts resulted from the pressures of noble competition, gloria and dignitas that had propelled Rome's expansion, as well as from Republican society and government struggles to adapt to the demands of running an empire. The stakes were raised by private armies and ever-increasing wealth until one man had the wealth, prestige, and military power to rule alone. However, few historical accounts are actually predetermined, and men were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Republic and its principles even in the end. The fall of the Republic is a human story of ambition, selflessness, brilliance, and foolishness, rather than a story of fate. The Republic's final years have remained appealing because of this universal human trait. Sulla delivered the initial crucial blow. Sulla endangered the Republic's foundation when he marched on Rome in 88 BC to stop his rival Gaius Marius from taking over as commander. The warlord's private army gave him power that the popular assemblies and the Senate's combined authority could not match. However, after taking control of Rome, Sulla did not establish himself as an autocrat. His first priority was to defeat the Mithridates of Pontus, who had caused the crisis with their invasion of Roman Asia. Sulla spent 5 years campaigning in the east, ignoring Roman politics. His opponents rallied without him. Sulla returned to Italy in 83 BC to find his enemies allied with the Samnites, ancient Roman enemies who were the only Italians still fighting after the Social War, despite Marius's death in 86 BC, not long after he started his 7th consulship. In response, Sulla marched on Rome again. Crassus and Pompeius, who had organized their own private armies, joined him, and with their assistance, Sulla routed his enemies in a brutal conflict at Rome's Colline Gate. The Republic was now ruled by Sulla. He reinstated the old dictatorship, which had not existed since the Second Punic War, in order to formally establish his position. In contrast to a conventional Roman dictator, he assumed power permanently rather than for a maximum of 6 months, and many of his peers considered him to be a king. Equipped with this power, Sulla turned against his adversaries. For the first time, prescriptions, long lists of names of people who could be removed without a court appeal, arose in Rome. The real numbers were likely higher, but at least 80 senators and 2,600 equites were killed or banished. The town of Pompeii was a sullen military colony, and Sulla used the property seized from the dead to purchase the land he had promised his devoted soldiers. Crassus and Pompeius became 2 of Rome's wealthiest men as a result of his supporters taking advantage of the proscriptions to purchase inexpensive estates. Sulla was one of the most despised individuals in Roman history because of the dictatorship's resurgence and the dreaded proscriptions. Despite appearances, Sulla was a true republican at heart. He returned the Senate to its pre-Gracchian power after securing his position. Preventing the extraordinary careers of warlords like Marius and himself, which threatened the unity of the Senate, was crucial to achieving this. As a result, Sulla imposed the minimum ages required for each magistracy, as well as the appropriate steps for rising from quaestor to consul. To lighten the load on the government, he reorganized the law courts under senatorial control and increased the number of quaestors to 20 and praetors to 8. The tribunes of the plebs, who had caused him to lose his command in 88 BC, were also crippled by him. The tribune's veto power was restricted to preventing private parties from meddling in state affairs, and senators had to approve any legislation they proposed. To make sure that ambitious men would not run for office, no man who became a tribune could ever hold another political office. There would never be another Gaius Gracchus or another Tiberius, at least not in theory. After completing his reforms, Sulla shocked the Roman world in 79 BC by willingly leaving all of his positions and withdrawing into his personal life. Sulla is still a mystery to contemporary academics, just like his peers. He was ruthless and ambitious, pushing the prestigious race for gloria to unprecedented heights while spending his last years reviving republican principles. His epitaph read, "No better friend, no worse enemy." However, his efforts to fortify the republic would prove futile. He passed away in 78 BC. Before the former dictator's passing, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus had already emerged as the man who would undo Sulla's reforms. Pompeius was 23 years old and had never served in public before he led his 3 legions into Sulla's camp in 83 BC. Along with his wealth, skill, and charm, he exuded confidence. Pompeius earned the moniker Adolescentulus Carnifex, the teenage butcher, during his early campaigns. Nevertheless, he consciously imitated Alexander the Great by giving himself the honorific Magnus, which was his preferred title. Pompeius Magnus, a man who defied the status quo and disregarded the conventional course of republican politics, was the epitome of what Sulla had aimed to stop. However, the Senate appeared powerless to stop Pompeius's rising stature and popularity. "More men worship the rising sun than the setting sun," he reportedly told Sulla. The 20 years between Sulla's passing and the establishment of the First Triumvirate were a pivotal moment in the Republic's downfall. The Senate's hand had been strengthened by Sulla's reforms. A foundation that could have resulted in the return of senatorial rule had been established, and the systems of justice and government had been strengthened. In order for the reformed republican system to solidify, a period of peace and stability was necessary. That time would never come because of the pressures of noble rivalry and the size of Rome's empire. It is necessary to trace the development of republican history in the 1970s and 1960s through a series of crises that the warlords in charge of Rome's armed forces. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, the consul, made an immediate attempt to assume absolute authority after Sulla's death. Although it was only a small upheaval, it revealed the Senate's vulnerability because the current magistrates lacked an army to fight the rebels. Pompeius, who was in the vicinity, used his troops to crush Lepidus. The one-eyed Quintus Sertorius, an old disciple of Marius, was causing trouble in Spain, so he obtained senatorial approval to travel there. Because Sertorius was an expert at guerrilla warfare, the battle was intense. However, Pompeius gradually gained the upper hand, and one of his traitors killed Sertorius. Pompeius received gloria as a result of the victory, and before he returned to Rome in 71 BC, his restructuring of Roman Spain brought him both wealth and customers. Italy was rocked by a new crisis during Pompeius's absence, the most well-known slave uprising in history. A Thracian gladiator, with about 70 men, broke out of the Capuan gladiatorial school in 73 BC. Spartacus was his name. From bases on and around Mount Vesuvius, he gathered displaced farmers and slaves to train a force that ravaged much of central Italy and overthrew the consuls of 72 BC. Crassus was the man selected in 71 BC to hunt down Spartacus. Crassus crushed the uprising with methodical brutality. Along the Appian Way from Capua to Rome, Spartacus was killed in combat, and 6,000 of his supporters were crucified. A small group managed to flee, but Pompeius's return destroyed them. Even though Spartacus's uprising would go down in history, the Senate was already weakened by the humiliation of senatorial armies by renegade slaves. Neither Pompeius nor Crassus dissolved their armies following Spartacus's defeat. Having their troops encamped outside of Rome, the two men decided to run for consul together. Crassus was a qualified applicant who was old enough and had previous magistrate experience. Pompeius had no official positions and was only 36 years old. However, it was inevitable that they would be elected together in 70 BC, so Pompeius openly defied republican tradition by entering the Senate as a consul. The restoration of the tribunes of the plebs' full powers during their tenure dealt another setback to Sulla's attempts to concentrate power in the Senate. Additionally, a new crisis had surfaced from a long-ignored area to upset the delicate power dynamic. Since the early Roman era, piracy has posed a threat in the Mediterranean. Due in part to Rome's destruction of the ancient naval states of Carthage and Rhodes, which had previously controlled the pirates, the threat in the 1st century approached epidemic proportions. By the early 1960s, the food supply that Rome's expanding population relied on was in danger, and coastal towns in Italy were being attacked. One pirate band kidnapped the young Julius Caesar while he was traveling in the east, demanded an exaggerated ransom, and then returned to crucify his captors. A law was passed in 67 BC, giving Pompeius the authority to put an end to the pirate threat because other Romans were not as fortunate. Pompeius was granted extraordinary powers. He had complete imperium at sea, extending up to 80 kilometers inland, and he commanded the largest republican force ever devoted to a single individual, consisting of 124,000 men and 270 ships. Equipped with these abilities, Pompeius was able to clear the Mediterranean and seize the pirate strongholds of Cilicia in southern Asia Minor in less than 5 months. In typical fashion, he honored the achievement by renaming the city of Cilicia in the center as Pompeiopolis, after his hero Alexander. Pompeius's extraordinary success allowed him to seize control of the ongoing conflict with Mithridates of Pontus, Rome's most obstinate enemy. After more than 2 decades of conflict, Mithridates was already defeated when Pompeius took over. After the king was ultimately assassinated in 63 BC, Pompeius took it upon himself to restructure the eastern parts of Rome. More than a century after Rome first expanded its dominion east of Greece, the coastal areas of Pontus, Bithynia, Cilicia, and Syria were finally proclaimed Roman provinces. Beyond those provinces lay client kingdoms, such as Judea and Armenia, whose rulers accepted Roman supremacy. In the 1st century BC, the Parthian Empire of Iran became Rome's main adversary, and the latter served as a crucial barrier between the two. Pompeius received enormous sums from the kings who had paid to keep their thrones, and a vast clientele throughout the eastern Mediterranean, but taxes from the newly established provinces more than doubled Roman state revenues. He was the richest man in Roman history when he returned, and in 62 BC, he celebrated the most spectacular victory in history. The names of the nations he was defeating were displayed on placards in front of the procession. Iberia, Albania, Syria, Cilicia, Mesopotamia, Phoenicia, Palestine, Judea, Arabia, Pontus, Armenia, Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, Media, and Colchis. The pirates, who were defeated both on land and sea, also had power. He established 39 towns and captured at least 1,000 fortified locations, almost 900 cities, and 800 pirate ships during these campaigns. How could anyone match such a victory? Many senators were afraid of Pompeius's dominance because the bar for Roman noble competition had been raised nearly out of sight. There was a standoff as a result. When Pompeius returned, he asked the senators to approve his eastern reorganization and to give his veteran soldiers the land they had been promised. His old rival Crassus, who wanted to take advantage of the taxes collected in those eastern regions, backed him. However, a group of conservative senators opposed Pompeius, led by the strong Marcus Porcius Cato the Younger, who was modeled after his great-grandfather Cato the Elder in both his moral rectitude and his unyielding refusal to make concessions. Pompeius lacked the political acumen to accomplish his goals and was unwilling to use force out of concern that he would incite the same hatred directed at Sulla. Gaius Julius Caesar, a relatively minor figure, was able to take center stage as a result of this impasse. Caesar was born in 100 BC and was descended from the renowned Julian clan, which could be traced back to Aeneas and the goddess Venus via Romulus. Although this was a huge source of dignitas, Caesar's early career was much more traditional than Pompeius's, and the family was not politically significant. His most notable accomplishment was being elected as Pontifex Maximus, the head of the Roman state religion, in 63 BC. He held the usual junior offices at the typical ages. Caesar traveled to Rome in 60 BC to celebrate a victory and run for consul after winning a number of smaller battles in Spain. When Cato and the conservatives forced Caesar to decide between winning the election and running for office, he chose the latter option and used a powerful combination of political acumen and charisma to win over rivals Pompeius and Crassus. They supplied the funds and clout necessary to elect Caesar as consul for 59 BC in exchange for Caesar's pledge to protect their wishes. As a result, Pompeius's marriage to Caesar's daughter Julia established the first triumvirate, an unofficial alliance between the three men. Caesar was duly elected consul, despite the fact that his colleague was Cato's friend and adamantly antagonist Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus. With the help of Pompeius and Crassus, Caesar's laws were approved by the popular assembly after failing to gain senatorial approval. After what could be politely called filth was thrown on him in the forum, Bibulus withdrew from public life and stayed at home, where he said he was keeping an eye out for bad omens. Since Caesar's laws were passed without divine approval, this religious intervention technically made them unlawful, a charge that would later come back to haunt Caesar. The first triumvirate was in power for the time being. Caesar's laws approved the tax and settlement agreements in the east and granted Pompeius's veterans the necessary land. After serving his entire term, Caesar left for Gaul in pursuit of riches and fame. The Belgi, the Aquitani, and those who identify as Celts, though we refer to them as Gauls, live in the three regions that make up all of Gaul. Caesar then started writing his commentaries on the Gallic War, a third-person narrative he wrote to defend and extol his conquest of Gaul. A romanticized view of Caesar's conquests, particularly his battles with the Gallic chieftain Vercingetorix, who vanquished Caesar at Gergovia before falling at Alesia, has been shaped by the popularity of the commentaries. If viewed more harshly, the Gallic War could be rightly called genocide, because Caesar killed and enslaved about 1 million people in just 10 years. Though they had little real-world impact, his actions were noteworthy because they represented the first time Roman power crossed the Rhine into Germany and the Channel into Britain. Caesar's ambition and military skill were definitely confirmed by the conquests. He now possessed the gloria, the money, and the army of veterans required to subvert Pompeius's hegemony. Trouble was brewing back in Rome. Cicero collaborated with the senatorial conservatives to distance Pompeius from Caesar after being forced into temporary exile for opposing the triumvirs. Caesar halted his Gallic campaigns in 56 BC to attend the Conference of Luca, a gathering of the triumvirs as the first triumvirate started to wane. They reaffirmed their alliance there. Before Crassus set out to win Gloria in the east, Pompeius and Crassus shared the consulship once more, and Caesar's authority in Gaul was extended. However, the fissures were starting to appear. A crucial link between Caesar and Pompeius was severed when Julia tragically died in childbirth in 54 BC, ending Pompeius and Julia's happy marriage. As a counterbalance to his more ambitious peers, Crassus attacked the Parthian Empire, an adversary whose actual might the Romans had not yet realized. In 53 BC, the Parthian combination of heavy cavalry and horse archers massacred him and his army at Carrhae. Even Rome's empire was too small to house Pompeius and Caesar, so the Roman world started to split into two camps. The conflict between the two warlords, which signaled the Republic's demise, was a classic Roman civil war. It was not a conflict between opposing ideas about Rome's future or patriotism. It was the pinnacle of the self-destructive Roman competitive ethos and a struggle for power, glory, and dignitas, the self-centered ideals of the Roman elite. Caesar's enemies gathered to denounce him as his 10-year campaign in Gaul came to an end. Pompeius joined forces with Cato and the conservatives to support the Republican cause because he was well aware that Caesar posed a threat to his dominance. When given the option between war and political oblivion, Caesar made the same decision as Sulla a generation earlier. With the immortal words alea iacta est, the die is cast, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River into Roman Italy on January 11, 49 BC, and urged his soldiers to protect his honor. Caesar would accept no superior. Pompeius would accept no equal, the Roman poet Lucan said, reflecting on a century later under the reign of Emperor Nero. Violence swept across the Mediterranean in the 5 years that followed. In order to gather his followers, Pompeius moved eastward. Caesar followed, and the two men eventually engaged in combat at Pharsalus in central Greece in 48 BC. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, Caesar led the flank attack that destroyed Pompeius's army because his soldiers were seasoned. Caesar pardoned a number of prisoners, including Cicero and Brutus. The 13-year-old Ptolemy XIII, the king, ordered Pompeius to flee to Egypt, where he was killed on the beach. Caesar had the murderers put to death and allied himself with Ptolemy's sister, Cleopatra VII, who was rumored to have been smuggled into Caesar's tent inside a rolled carpet. Following the assassination of Ptolemy XIII, Caesar left Cleopatra in charge of Egypt along with her younger brother Ptolemy XIV, who passed away soon after, and their newborn son, whom she named Caesarion. Despite Pompeius's passing, Caesar still had a lot of enemies. Some were not very dangerous, like Pharnaces of Pontus, the son of Mithridates, who was crushed in less than a week in 47 BC. Caesar celebrated this achievement with the simple phrase Veni, Vidi, Vici, which means I came, I saw, I conquered. The remaining supporters of the Republican cause, now under the leadership of Cato the Younger, posed a far greater threat. A martyr to the Republic, Cato chose suicide rather than accept Caesar's clemency after defeating an army at Thapsus in North Africa in 46 BC. Many Romans would later assume that Cato died with Caesar. Even so, Pompeius's erstwhile supporters regrouped in Spain, and the bloodiest and most vicious battle of the war took place at Munda in 45 BC. Caesar's triumph ultimately validated his. The Republic was devastated by the Civil War's devastation. The Senate no longer had any power as Rome's governing body, and the provinces were in chaos. Caesar was left to rebuild what he had contributed to destroying. He established the groundwork for a number of significant events in the later history of the Roman Empire during his surprisingly short reign. Roman citizenship was expanded outside of Italy to regions of Gaul, Spain, and beyond, and provincial administration and taxation were restructured. Colonies were established to settle Caesar's disbanded veterans and to revitalize abandoned cities like Corinth and Carthage. Caesar replaced Rome's erroneous lunar calendar with a solar calendar with 365.25 days. He started a public works program to create jobs and promote himself and the city. Caesar's reforms drew little direct criticism. Hatred was sparked by the way he used his power. In order to stay in power, Caesar insisted on holding on to the dictatorship for even longer than the hated Sulla. In early 44, Caesar announced that he would be dictator perpetual, a completely un-Roman idea that implies Caesar had lost touch with republican sentiment, replacing a decree in 45 that he would serve for 10 years. Instead of being chosen by election, magistrates were now nominated by Caesar up to 5 years prior to their term in office. Although Caesar had already made decisions, the Senate continued to vote on them, and Cicero objected to his name being included on decrees he had never seen. Quinctilius became Julius, July, and even after Caesar openly rejected Marcus Antonius's offer of the throne at the Lupercalia festival in February 44 BC, there were still rumors that Caesar wanted to become Rex, king. Caesar was an obvious autocrat in a society that had detested the title of Rex for centuries. Caesar was planning a massive campaign against the Parthians in the first few months of 44 BC in order to exact revenge on Crassus and get away from the tense environment in Rome. His adversaries had a deadline to attack because of his scheduled departure. Caesar was well aware of his hatred. Spurina, a soothsayer, warned him to be wary of the Ides of March after his wife Calpurnia had a dream about his murder. Caesar met the soothsayer on his way to a Senate meeting on that fateful day, 15th March, and jokingly said, "The Ides of March have come." The soothsayer responded quietly, "Yes, but they have not yet gone." Plutarch. The Senate house surrounded Caesar, who was hacked to death before collapsing beneath a statue of Pompeius that he had restored. The fact that at least 60 men were aware of the plot against Caesar is a powerful indication of the intense animosity he had sparked. Cicero, who both admired and feared Caesar, wrote a chilling letter hailing his death as the most gorgeous banquet. The leader of the so-called liberators was Marcus Junius Brutus, a descendant of Brutus who had driven out the kings in 510 BC and the son-in-law of Cato the Younger. Caesar's final words, "Kai su teknon," and you, my child, were addressed to him. Shakespeare's play, Et tu, Brute, substituted them. It appears that Brutus was not solely motivated by ambition because he was designated for future office and had been granted Caesar's clemency following Pharsalus. This cannot be said for all of his allies, whose motivations ranged widely from a desire to vie for the positions and prestige that Caesar now held to personal animosity. However, none of the liberators had any idea of what would happen after Caesar was assassinated. Maybe they just wished for the return of the old republic. But Caesar's murder only created a power vacuum for others to fill. That republic was already dead. Caesar had been right when he said that another civil war would break out after his death. Caesar's second-in-command, Marcus Antonius, expelled Brutus and the liberators from Rome. However, Gaius Octavius, Caesar's 18-year-old grandnephew, who was adopted as Caesar's son and heir, Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, according to Caesar's will, presented a challenge to Antonius. The second triumvirate was composed of Antonius, Octavianus, and Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. The liberators lost 2 battles at Philippi in Greece in 42, and Brutus committed suicide. Cicero was among the victims of their ascent to power in 43 BC. The second triumvirate was just as unstable as its predecessor. Once more, the Roman world was split between Antonius and his new ally Cleopatra of Egypt and Octavianus in Italy after the ineffectual Lepidus was pushed aside. Antonius and Cleopatra fled to Egypt after losing the naval battle of Actium in 31 BC, where they also committed suicide. Octavianus, who became Augustus 4 years later, was the ruler of the Roman world. The Roman Republic lasted for nearly 500 years. The story started with a king being expelled and ended with the ascent of an emperor. Rome changed from a small Italian town struggling to survive to the mistress of a huge Mediterranean empire whose rule was only endangered by internal strife. However, the Republic's tragedy and victory are inextricably linked. Rome had stability and direction under the Senate's collective authority, thanks to the Republic's distinctive constitution. Rome was pushed to expand at the same time by the social pressures of noble rivalry and the desire for glory. However, the Republic was unable to control the social, political, and economic forces that expansion unleashed. Warlords gained power as the stakes of the competition increased, and their rivalry turned into civil war. However, the story of the Republic does not conclude with the bloodshed and futility of Antonius and Octavianus, Pompeius and Caesar. The Republic's accomplishments served as the foundation for Rome's empire, which would rule the Mediterranean for centuries. Furthermore, the Republic's legacy has endured to this day as a cautionary tale and an ideal for generations to come, even outside of Rome. Even though the Roman Republic was over 2,000 years ago, its influence has persisted. Even as imperial autocracy took the place of collective senatorial rule, the Roman Empire, which rose from the ashes, continued to borrow from republican traditions. Augustine of Hippo's masterpiece, The City of God, demonstrates the tension between condemning Rome's pagan origins and respecting its ancient past as the empire gradually converted to Christianity. The Republic's influence diminished over the ensuing centuries until the Renaissance, a significant resurgence of classical literature and art. From Machiavelli's political theory to Shakespeare's plays, the principles and teachings, as well as the heroes and villains of Republican history, were reimagined for a modern society. During the turbulent 18th century, when ideas of a Republican utopia served as inspiration for the great revolutions in America and France, this new appreciation of the Roman past took on greater significance. The Roman Republic continues to influence our lives in ways that many people are not aware of, permeating everything from television and movies to scholarly discussions. When a faction's tyranny oppressed the Republic's liberty, I successfully defended it by raising an army at the age of 19 on my own initiative and at my own expense. Augustus's self-image as the protector of the Republic was immortalized in the first words of the Res Gestae, the memorial inscription carved on his mausoleum. Augustus favored the more conventional title of princeps, or first citizens, and disapproved of any title that implied autocratic control. In practice, Augustus was an emperor, and the institutions that had run the Republic were merely ceremonial. The Senate supported Augustus's requests but lost its power. The army reported to the emperor, who stood in for the state, and the princeps nominated the annual magistrates rather than the assemblies electing them. Imperial rule was well established by the time of Augustus's death in AD 14, and the Republic had yielded to the empire. However, the image of Augustus, the so-called facade of the Principate, confirms the Republic's continued control over Rome. He had taken a lesson from the fate of Julius Caesar, whose overtly authoritarian rule ultimately resulted in his murder. Augustus promoted morality and religion, upheld republican social values, and showed the Senate respect. He therefore appeased the populace, weary from a generation of civil war, and ready to embrace the authority offered in conventional terms. Similar compromises had to be made by Augustus's direct successors. From Caligula and Nero to Domitian, all Roman emperors who aimed for blatant autocracy in the 1st century AD were overthrown. Without acknowledging Rome's republican past, a prince could not govern. The shift from republic to empire brought about a slow but profound change in the routines of daily life. The parallels might have been as striking to a time traveler who traveled from the early 1st century BC to the late 1st century AD as the differences. Class and gender divisions, housing design, and clothing styles had not changed much. Republican art was modified for imperial purposes, and Republican literature was still read. However, there were also new components because the definition of who was allowed to use the name Roman changed significantly during the Empire. Other Italians were only awarded Roman citizenship under the Republic following the Social War, and non-Italians were only given it as a special favor. Roman citizenship was extended throughout the Empire in the 3rd century, after Roman identity expanded throughout the Mediterranean during the 1st and 2nd centuries AD. Republican customs were irrelevant outside of Rome in this more Roman. Neither the Greek eastern provinces nor the newly Roman populations of Gaul and Spain wanted to celebrate their failed battles against Republican armies. Despite being necessary for members of noble families who, as late as the 4th century, took pride in claiming descent, however fictitious, from the great Republican heroes, knowledge of the Republic dwindled over the years. The city of God. A new element had established itself in the Roman world by the 4th century. Christianity grew to become the predominant religion of the empire in the years after Constantine, the first Christian emperor, converted in AD 312. Rome's republican past was both a draw and a problem for the Christians. Many Christians, especially those from the educated elite, were very proud of their Roman ancestry. However, they had rejected the ancient gods who, in Roman mythology, had bestowed power upon Rome. These tensions reached a new level in AD 410 when Rome was sacked by the Gothics, the first time the city had experienced such a disaster in 8 centuries. Had the Christians abandoned Rome to the wrath of the gods? The most influential early Christian interpretation of the Roman Republic was written by Augustine of Hippo, AD 354 to 430, who included it in his masterpiece, The City of God. Compared to Livy or Cicero, Augustine had a very different perspective on republican history. Augustine denounced both the early Romans and their gods, but he also criticized those who continued to attribute the rise and fall of the Republic to Roman morality and the ancient gods. Given their reputation for immorality, how could the demons those Romans worshipped honor their devotees for virtue? Venus left her husband, Vulcan, to pursue a relationship with Mars, while Jupiter was a habitual adulterer. The numerous gods of republican religion were a laughingstock and had not been able to save Rome from the catastrophes caused by Hannibal and Pyrrhus. Furthermore, early Rome did not merit its standing as a virtuous golden age. Romulus's murder of Remus and the rape of the Sabine women marked the bloody beginning of Roman history. Lucretia killed herself because she was arrogant, not because she was a devout Christian woman. Obsession with dignitas and gloria fueled the desire for power that sparked the later Republic's civil war, and the Romans declared their fides and destroyed their allies. Because the Romans only discovered true virtue with the arrival of Christ, Augustine thus reverted to the traditional values of the Republic. Augustine did, however, acknowledge the Roman Republic's relative superiority. Like the Romans of the past, he believed that the Christian God's providence was responsible for the conquest of Rome's empire. Why had God permitted the ancient world to be ruled by the pagan city of Rome? According to Augustine, God gave dominion to the men who, above all others, served their country for the sake of honor, glory, and praise, who sought that glory in the safety of their nation above their own, and who repressed their greed for wealth and numerous other flaws in favor of their one flaw, the love of praise. The Roman desire for gloria, if not a virtue, gained God's favor and restrained more serious vices. Christians should emulate the virtues of the Republic's heroes. After rising from his plow to challenge the dictatorship, Cincinnatus went back to his poverty, and Gaius Fabricius turned down Pyrrhus's bribes. We should feel a twinge of shame if we fail to exhibit in the service of the most glorious city of God the attributes that the Romans, following their style, provided us with as a kind of model in their quest for the glory of their earthly city. If we exhibit these qualities, we must avoid becoming infected with pride. As a reward for their virtues, the Romans were elevated in the world. However, the greatest prize that awaits Christians in heaven will not be given to them. In contrast to the real and everlasting kingdom of God, the Roman Republic, like all other worldly realms, was transient. The amount of information about Republican history decreased in the centuries after Augustine. Byzantine writers continued to express interest in the Roman past, whose customs they claimed to preserve, and the Roman Empire persisted in the East as the Empire of Byzantium. But just as the writings of Augustine and other church fathers replaced those of Plautus, Catullus, and Cicero, the heroes and tales of the Republic were replaced in the post-Roman West by those of the Old and New Testaments. A manuscript that was originally kept in the northern Italian monastery of Bobbio is now preserved in the Vatican Library in Rome. An anonymous monk overwrote one of the innumerable copies of Augustine's commentary on the Psalms, with what is currently the only surviving copy of Cicero's De Re Publica there, most likely in the late 7th century. A tragic testament to the diminished state into which the Republic's memory descended during the Middle Ages is the fragmentary survival of Cicero's great political treatise and the loss of so many works beyond memory. The start of the Renaissance in the 14th century marked a resurgence of Western interest in the Roman Republic and the ancient world. The rise of Rome had a particular resonance for the Italian city-states such as Florence, where appreciation of classical literature and art first gained traction. The goal of Italian academics such as Petrarch, 1304–74, was to gather the strewn-about shards of Republican culture and Republican values that had been modified to fit new social and political paradigms. Ancient Rome was reinterpreted in a variety of ways to meet different needs as the Renaissance spread throughout Europe. The writings of two men from opposite extremes of the Renaissance, the Englishman William Shakespeare's plays and the Florentine Niccolò Machiavelli's political philosophy, exemplify the utter diversity of that adaptation process. Today, the name Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527, is typically linked to the cunning and cynical use of power that is summed up in the term Machiavellian. His most well-known work, The Prince, offers guidance to a ruler on how to gain and hold on to power. In addition, Machiavelli was a prominent scholar on the nature of republican governance, especially as it related to his native Florence. His quest for an ideal republic eventually brought him to ancient Rome. Near the start of his discourses on the first 10 books of Livy, he stated, "People who read about the origins of Rome, its founders, and its laws and ordinances won't be surprised that it maintained such high standards over the ages, or that it eventually expanded to become such an empire." Despite its title, Machiavelli's work covers the entire Republic, not just Livy's early works, and provides useful advice on how states and politicians ought to behave through Republican examples. These include military counsel derived from the lives of Hannibal and Scipio Africanus, as well as the conflict of the orders and the conflict between aristocratic and popular governance. The Roman Republic gained new significance as a source of inspiration amid the complicated politics of Renaissance Italy when viewed through Machiavelli's pragmatic eyes rather than Augustine's religious vision. Machiavelli was aware of the problem with maintaining Rome as a model republic, of course. Rome's social and political structures were unable to handle the conquest of an empire, and its success had ultimately led to its downfall. It was an easy explanation for Machiavelli. A careful study of Roman history will reveal two factors that contributed to the dissolution of that republic: the conflicts surrounding the agrarian laws, and the extension of military commands. Due to these factors, the Republic lost control over the nobility and their armies, and encountered opposition from the populace. Machiavelli lamented Rome's loss of independence due to the emergence of the emperors, but he did not provide remedy because this was the cost of Rome's victories. He maintained that a republic had to decide whether its goal was self-preservation, as in ancient Sparta or modern Venice, or expansion, as in Rome. Machiavelli made an obvious decision. States that chose not to expand might live a little longer and stay clear of the disputes that plagued the Roman Republic. However, this was not the way to fame. It is preferable to embrace the challenge of conflict and ambition, looking on them as evils which cannot be escaped if we would arrive at the greatness of Rome, since all states either rise or fall. Machiavelli's Florence's political councils were a far cry from Elizabethan England's theaters. Shakespeare, 1564 to 1616, whose plays have had as much of an impact on bringing ancient Rome to life as any contemporary medium, was equally captivated by the Roman Republic. Shakespeare's fascination with Roman culture was a reflection of the times in which he lived. His rival Christopher Marlowe's first known play was Dido, Queen of Carthage, which was based on Virgil's Aeneid. Shakespeare's plays, on the other hand, best capture the Elizabethan perspective of the Roman past. Three of Shakespeare's plays, Coriolanus, 1608, Antony and Cleopatra, 1606, and Julius Caesar, 1599, are based on Republican historical events. Although Plutarch was not Shakespeare's sole source, all three drew heavily from Plutarch's Lives, which Sir Thomas North translated into English in 1579. Cymbeline, 1610, and Titus Andronicus, 1592, also occur in Roman settings. However, they take place after the fall of the Republic, whereas the Comedy of Errors, 1594, is based on Plautus's Roman comedies and takes place in Greek Asia Minor. Shakespeare not only wrote plays, but also a narrative poem called of Lucrece, 1593-4, that portrayed the events leading up to the establishment of the Republic. Shakespeare was not particularly interested in the Republic as an ideal state, in contrast to Machiavelli. Shakespeare wrote many of his best historical plays under the names of the monarchs who ruled England. However, the social and political conflicts of Republican Rome resonated strongly with current discussions about autocratic power, aristocratic privilege, and popular representation. These arguments, as well as the poet's acute sense of character and dramatic potential, were reflected in the subjects Shakespeare chose for his Republican plays. He disregarded the relative political stability and centuries of Roman expansion. Shakespeare instead focused his attention on the two polarities of the Republic's founding, decline, and fall. Shakespeare's The Rape of Lucretia, which ends with Brutus's vow of vengeance and the uprising against Tarquin's Superbus, was the first work to examine the Republic's beginnings in poetic form. Shakespeare revisited that theme nearly 20 years later by taking advantage of the likely mythical character Gaius Marcius Coriolanus. After his rivals banished him from Rome, Coriolanus joined forces with Rome's adversaries to seek retribution. He was killed as a traitor to all by his new allies after his mother and wife's pleas prevented him from attacking Rome. Shakespeare's Coriolanus was set during the early conflict of the orders, and his audience clearly connected with the contrast between the haughty aristocracy and the erratic support of the masses. In Shakespeare's version, the nobility's hoarding of grain enrages the poor rather than the historical problem of debt enslavement. Shortly before Coriolanus was written, this grievance had sparked violent riots in the so-called Midland Revolt. The tragic hero himself is caught between his pride and the various factions, and his death leaves the tension revealed by his actions unresolved. Shakespeare's Coriolanus is regarded as one of his less memorable plays by contemporary audiences. It is difficult to say the same about Antony and Cleopatra or Julius Caesar. When combined, the two plays tell the story of the time between Caesar's dictatorship and Octavianus's, later Augustus's, victory. Once more, Shakespeare showed no sustained interest in the fundamental reasons behind the collapse of the Republic. But Caesar's murder brought up two issues that were highly contentious in Tudor and Stuart England: the legitimacy of tyrannicide and political succession. Shakespeare's character's humanity, whose nuanced motivations are more universal than Roman or Elizabethan, is entwined with those questions. The first line of Antony's well-known speech at Caesar's funeral perfectly captures his accomplishment. "Friends, Romans, fellow citizens, give me your ears, not to honor Caesar, but to bury him. Men's evils endure forever, and their good deeds are frequently buried with their bones. Caesar is no exception. Caesar was ambitious according to the honorable Brutus hath. If that were the case, it was a grave error, and Caesar has responded to it in a grave manner. Here, with permission from Brutus and the others, because Brutus is a good man. Are all of them good men? Allow me to speak at Caesar's funeral. He was a loyal and honest friend of mine. The fact that audiences have never been able to agree on whether Julius Caesar is a better representation of Caesar or Brutus is a testament to Shakespeare's genius. Both Caesar's ambition and his fixation on Brutus's honor, or dignitas, are characteristics that are uniquely Roman. These principles, however, are equally universal, as Antony's devotion to his friend and the audience's subsequent indignation upon witnessing Caesar's disfigured body. Though he was hailed as the noblest Roman of them all upon his death, his honor led him to kill a man who had treated him like a son. Compared to Plutarch, Shakespeare's Brutus is much more ambiguous and relatable. The same can be said of Antony and Cleopatra's main characters, though neither the cunning Octavianus nor the ardent, luxury-loving couple are as endearing or tragic as Brutus. Shakespeare brought his ancient Romans to life in a way that few have ever matched, regardless of the criticisms a romantic purist might make of his historical accuracy. This is the reason his Roman plays have remained so popular over the years. The Roman Republic's memory was significantly impacted by the Renaissance. This was never more evident than during the turbulent 18th and 19th century age of revolutions. The growing antipathy toward the absolute monarchy that swept through Europe and the New World was fueled in part by the resurgence of interest in the Roman past. A state where freedom was, supposedly, protected by the rule of law under a sovereign people and their elected magistrates, the Roman Republic provided an ideal for government without kings. Thomas Hobbes already linked Cicero's influence and the opinions of the Romans, who were taught to hate monarchy, to the English Civil War in his 1651 Leviathan. During the 18th century, republican ideas based on Roman models gained traction in France and the United States, with wildly divergent results. A visitor to Washington, D.C. in the 21st century can still observe how the Roman Republic influenced the American founding fathers. The city's landmarks were renamed in honor of Rome when the new federal capital was established in 1791. In homage to Rome's Temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus, Goose Creek was renamed Tiber Creek, Jenkins Hill was renamed Capitol Hill, and the Capitol itself served as the venue for the U.S. Congress meeting. Everyone who had taken part in the discussions that accompanied the drafting of the U.S. Constitution was familiar with these allusions. Brutus, Cato, and Cincinnatus were among the Republican pseudonyms used by many to publish their arguments. In honor of Publius Valerius Publicola, who had stood with the original Brutus when the Republic was established, James Madison and Alexander Hamilton, the two men primarily in charge of writing the Constitution, wrote the Federalist Papers 1787-8 under the name Publius. There was more to these allusions than just fancy rhetoric. The Roman Republic provided a useful model that the men who initially shaped the United States could use as a guide. John Adams, who wrote the seminal work, The defense of the constitutions of government of the United States of America was one such individual. As the second President of the United States, 1797 to 1801, Adams was a strong supporter of a balanced constitution, of which Rome served as the historical model. Cicero was his preferred spokesperson, and in his preface, Adams praised his vision of republican governance. His authority should be given a lot of weight because no great statesman and philosopher in history have been born with the same qualities. The reason behind his unwavering support for the three branches is that no other form of government can guarantee the protection of laws, which are the only possible rule, measure, and security of justice. Additionally, the very name of a republic suggests that the legislature should represent the people's property and make decisions regarding the rule of justice. The Senate, the popular assemblies, and the magistrates comprised Cicero's republic's three branches of government. The Senate, which ratified treaties and served as a check on the other branches. The House of Representatives, which authorized laws and declarations of war. And the President, who had the executive authority of the consuls, were the new branches established by Adams' constitution. Adams and his peers were aware of the Roman Republic's failure, just like Machiavelli was. They came up with two solutions. The elected House of Representatives took the place of the assemblies for pragmatic reasons, and to prevent what many considered to be the tyranny of simple majority democracy. Cicero, a senatorial elitist, would have strongly favored this measure, which excluded the general public from any collective role in government. Second, the system's checks and balances were reinforced by Cicero's principles. The other branches could work together to restrain any one branch or individual from gaining too much power, as had happened in the fall of Republican Rome. Thus, the new United States gained the stability that Rome had gained and then lost by learning from the past. Despite drawing from many of the same classical models, French republicanism never achieved the same stability or coherence as that of the United States. The Roman Republic was of great interest to the French in the years preceding the start of the Revolution in 1789. The American founding fathers were greatly influenced by the Baron de Montesquieu's 1748 publication, De l'Esprit des Lois, The Spirit of the Laws, especially his insistence that the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government be kept apart. He did, however, take quite different lessons from Roman history. The government of Rome after the expulsion of the king should naturally have been a democracy, according to Montesquieu. But this did not happen. The senatorial nobility remained in power, and as Rome's empire grew, tyranny resulted from personal ambition and wealth. Montesquieu came to the conclusion that it is natural for a republic to have only a small territory, otherwise it cannot long subsist. Montesquieu's love of virtue, which is the foundation of all republican government, must inevitably give way to corruption and despotism in a large republic like Rome. The book that most strongly influenced the principles of the French Revolution, Du Contrat Social, The Social Contract, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1762, incorporated and improved upon Montesquieu's conception of republican Rome. Rousseau looked to Rome in his quest for the perfect state in order to comprehend how the freest and most powerful people on earth exercised their supreme power. His focus on his arguments for liberty guaranteed by the rule of law closely mirrored those of his American peers. Rousseau, however, gave popular sovereignty and the necessity of upholding public morality a far higher priority in order to prevent the descent into despotism that Montesquieu had predicted. Rousseau's main goal in Du Contrat Social was to persuade people to lead the moral lives that his conception of republican governance demanded. On these grounds, Rousseau praised the Roman Republic as an example that his own era could strive to follow. According to Rousseau, under the Republic, in addition to being sovereign at the time, the populace also had magistrates and judges. The Senate served only as a lower court to focus and restrain the government and the consuls. They were patricians, the first magistrates, and absolute generals in battle, but they were only the people's presidents in Rome. Roman morality, in turn, preserved this popular sovereignty. Just as the ancient Jews were defined by religion and the Carthaginians by trade, Rousseau attributed the Romans' main attribute to virtue. Rousseau's exaltation of the Roman people, who never ceased to elect magistrates, pass laws, judge cases, and carry through public and private business, was unaffected even by the Republic's decline into anarchy and tyranny. Rousseau attributed the fall of the Republic directly to the abuse of aristocracy, which resulted in civil war. Rousseau's appreciation of Roman virtue and his understanding of Roman politics are both vulnerable to harsh historical critique. His impact was significant, though, and his portrayal of classical Rome was just as captivating to French viewers as John Adams was to the Founding Fathers. Indeed, the divergent trajectories of American and French republicanism that would culminate in the French Revolution are made clear by Rousseau and Adams' divergent perspectives on Rome. The French revolutionaries adopted Rousseau's stance on public morality and popular sovereignty in place of Adams's Ciceronian system of checks and balances. Within 10 years, France recreated 5 centuries of Roman history, culminating in the terror of Robespierre, the attempt to establish the Republic of Virtue. After the monarchy was overthrown, a republic was established, but it quickly collapsed into chaos and ultimately autocracy. However, Rome's allure persisted, as evidenced by Jacques-Louis David's The Intervention of the Sabine Women, 1799, which was revealed when Napoleon Bonaparte assumed power as France's first consul. To meet the demands of a changing world, various generations, from Roman emperors and church fathers to the Renaissance and the Age of Revolutions, reinterpreted the Republic's legacy. It was a continuous process that has persisted uninterrupted to this day. The dominant Republican expansion in the 19th century was centered on defensive imperialism, whereby Rome's frequent wars were fought to defend Rome and its allies rather than out of aggression or greed. Such an interpretation was supported by Livy and other Roman sources. But defensive imperialism also served as justification for the imperial powers of modern-day Europe, who used similar rhetoric to justify the conquest of their empires abroad. Following the fall of those empires, Roman militancy and the forces that propelled Rome's expansion came into greater focus in the second half of the 20th century. The interest in republican life beyond the conventional domains of politics and war has also increased among more recent commentators. For early 21st century observers, Roman family relationships, gender roles, and social and religious values all have new significance. Western culture is still heavily influenced by the Roman Republic. It is easy to overlook some influences because they are so ingrained. The Republic saw the development of Latin as the basis for the later Romance languages, as well as the networks of Roman cities and roads that swept across much of Europe during the imperial centuries. Republican ideas and terminology are widely used in our political discussions, and contemporary writers and artists are influenced by Republican imagery and language. From Julius Caesar on the banks of the Rubicon and the Ides of March, to the Gallic sack of Rome and Hannibal crossing the Alps, the drama of Republican history has never ceased to evoke strong feelings in our minds. In the lessons they have sought to learn, each succeeding generation that has looked to the Roman Republic for inspiration has shown a bit of themselves. Looking back over 2,000 years, the fall of the Republic is once again a topic of public interest. Producers and viewers prefer the Republic's violent and tragic demise, so the triumphant years of Roman expansion are rarely depicted in movies or television shows. The BBC series Rome, 2005, and the iconic Kirk Douglas film Spartacus, 1960, Both demonstrate how appealing the last years of the Republic are to those who want to revive the Roman past. However, it is also possible that we continue to draw lessons from the failure of the Republic and the conversion of Rome into an empire in a world where change is happening at an ever-increasing rate.